Good morning, everyone. My name is Joana Pissarra, and I'm a student at Azambuja High School in the Science and Technology course. Earlier this year, I participated in the Portuguese and the Indo-European Space Design Competition, which consists of a simulating space settlement design challenge structured as a simulation of life in industry. This is the fictional development of space projects. These competitions have been supported by Ciência and Portugal Space. After winning both, I qualified for the ISSDC, International Space Settlement Design Competition, that will take place at NASA's facilities, more precisely at the Kennedy Space Center in the Florida, United States of America. Like the Erasmus Plus program, also the ISSDC aims to promote the future of young people outside of our country. In this way, we can develop personal and professional skills, particularly in the field of education, training, and youth. Thanks again to Ciência Viva, and thanks again for this opportunity.
Bom dia e bem-vindos, bem-vindas. Meu nome é Dina Amaro e gostaria desde já agradecer o convite para estar aqui a moderar este painel subordinado ao tema Iniciativa Universidades Europeias. Esta iniciativa é uma das mais emblemáticas da União Europeia e tem como ambição a construção de um espaço europeu de educação. Consiste, portanto, em criar redes de universidades em toda a União Europeia que permitam aos estudantes obter um grau académico através da combinação de estudos realizados em vários países da União Europeia. Aqui conosco vamos ter três oradores que vêm falar de três universidades europeias que contam com a participação de instituições de ensino superior portuguesas, a Universidade de Coimbra, o Politécnico de Setúbal e a Universidade da Beira Interior. Teremos, em primeiro lugar, o professor Manuel Gameiro, da Universidade de Coimbra, professor catedrático do Departamento de Engenharia Mecânica da Universidade de Coimbra, professor convidado em diversas universidades estrangeiras, coordenador da Iniciativa Energia para a Sustentabilidade da Universidade de Coimbra, coordenador da linha temática de energia sustentável do Laboratório Associado de Energia, Transportes e Aeronáutica, presidente do Conselho de Administração da ADAI, vice-presidente da REVAI, investigador, autor e coautor de mais de 300 publicações, membro conselheiro da Ordem dos Engenheiros e embaixador nomeado para a Aliança para o Desenvolvimento Sustentável do ODS 7 das Nações Unidas. Teremos depois, de seguida, a professora Raquel Barreira, do Politécnico de Setúbal, doutorada em Matemática, docente investigadora do Politécnico de Setúbal e, mais concretamente, da Escola Superior de Tecnologia do Barreiro. Assumiu, ao longo dos últimos anos, cargos de gestão, nomeadamente presidente do Conselho Técnico-Científico e subdiretora da Escola Superior de Tecnologia do Barreiro. É atualmente coordenadora da licenciatura em Bioinformática e pró-presidente do Politécnico de Setúbal para a coordenação da participação do projeto ligado à Universidade Europeia. Por fim, vamos ouvir falar a professora Sílvia Socorro, da Universidade da Beira Interior. É professora catedrática da Biomedicina da Faculdade de Ciências de Saúde da Universidade da Beira Interior, vice-reitora para a Investigação, Inovação e Desenvolvimento, coordenadora do WP4 da Aliança das Universidades Europeias UNITA, coordenadora do projeto REUNITA, Research for UNITA, ainda coordenadora do projeto UNITE, da UNITA European Research Night. Foi ainda coordenadora científica do Centro de Investigação de Ciências da Saúde da Universidade da Beira Interior, diretora do doutoramento de Biomedicina e do primeiro ciclo de estudos de Ciências Biomédicas da Universidade da Beira Interior, membro de vários órgãos de gestão da Faculdade de Ciências de Saúde e tem um doutoramento em Ciências Biológicas e agregação em Biomedicina. Passo então a palavra ao professor Manuel Gameiro, que nos vai falar sobre European Campus of City University. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado. Bom dia. Ora, só um momento para... O que é que eu por aqui fiz? Então, eu irei falar do projeto em que participamos. É uma aliança de 7 universidades que tem esta designação de EC2U, European Campus of City Universities. Portanto, eu diria que é o campus europeu de cidades universitárias. Integra 7 universidades que estão em cidades parecidas, que têm aquele perfil a que nós normalmente chamamos cidades universitárias. Digamos, em comum tem o facto de nenhuma destas cidades ser a capital do país, de serem cidades, diria, de média dimensão, em que a universidade representa uma parte importante da vida económica e cultural da cidade. Portanto, o meu título, além de referir o projeto EC2U, refere também o mestrado em cidades e comunidades sustentáveis, porque é uma das ações que estamos a desenvolver no âmbito deste projeto. Portanto, as universidades que integram a aliança são a Universidade de Coimbra, a Universidade de IAGI, na Roménia, a Universidade de Iena, na Alemanha, e, portanto, a Universidade de Pavia, a Universidade de Poitiers, a Universidade de Salamanca e a Universidade de Turku. Aqui temos a distribuição geográfica das universidades, portanto, dá para nos apercebermos que, no fundo, estão cobertas as diferentes zonas geográficas da Europa, portanto, as diferentes zonas climáticas e também, eu diria que, culturas diferentes. Apesar de sermos todos europeus, portanto, teremos aqui alguma diferença, mas as cidades têm todas uma dimensão parecida, todas elas têm rio, não é? Portanto, como se vê aqui nas fotografias, apesar de não aparecer em todas elas. Portanto, o projeto foi desenhado de forma a abordar os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável das Nações Unidas, tendo um maior foco em 3 desses objetivos. Portanto, no Objetivo 3, que está relacionado, portanto, com a saúde e o bem-estar, no Objetivo 4, relacionado com a qualidade da educação, e no Objetivo 11, portanto, que está relacionado com as cidades e comunidades sustentáveis. Esta infografia nós chamamos o templo do projeto EC2U, em que os pilares são os work packages correspondentes a estes objetivos que nós falávamos. Portanto, o Objetivo 4, o Objetivo 5 e o Objetivo 6. Depois, existem, digamos que, work packages que estão, de alguma forma, relacionados com as ferramentas que nós pretendemos ter no projeto. O Work Package 3, que é o desenvolvimento de uma plataforma de gestão do próprio projeto. O Work Package 7, que tem a ver, portanto, com a difusão da ciência para a sociedade e que está focado, digamos, na inclusão social, principalmente. E depois temos a disseminação e a sustentabilidade, que são o teto do nosso templo, e há um Work Package 2 que tem a ver com a vida cultural no campo. A base de... Eu peço desculpa, a apresentação eu não me tinha percebido que está temporizada. A base do nosso templo é o Work Package correspondente à gestão do próprio projeto. Portanto, aqui temos só os contactos do projeto e eu então passava agora à questão, já agora, voltando aqui ao templo, aqueles 3 pilares têm estruturas muito parecidas e dentro de cada um dos pilares está contemplada a criação de um mestrado em associação. Portanto, há 3 mestrados associados ao projeto e também de institutos virtuais. O que é que são os institutos virtuais? São institutos que não têm paredes, não é? E que utilizam os recursos que existem nas várias universidades. E a ideia é termos projetos semente que promovem a ligação entre os parceiros das várias universidades. No nosso caso, por exemplo, das cidades e comunidades sustentáveis, temos 2 projetos semente, um que tem a ver com portanto, a resiliência das cidades a eventos climáticos extremos, tipicamente, por exemplo, ondas de calor, e outro que tem a ver com a eficiência energética e a reutilização sustentável de edifícios históricos. Porque nós temos aqui universidades que estão em cidades antigas, onde há muitos edifícios históricos, e utilizar os edifícios históricos de forma sustentável e de forma que seja confortável para os seus utilizadores é um desafio importante. E são esses 2 temas que nós temos para o arranque das atividades dos institutos virtuais. Portanto, a Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia atribuiu a estas alianças bolsas de doutoramento. No nosso caso, temos 20 bolsas para o projeto todo e penso que teremos 8 bolsas para estas áreas que eu referi, portanto, a área das cidades e comunidades sustentáveis e com estes 2 tópicos que eu estava a falar. Portanto, o mestrado em cidades e comunidades sustentáveis vai arrancar este ano com a participação da Universidade de Coimbra, da Universidade de Turku e da Universidade de Poitiers. Digamos que dos vários objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável nós vamos tratar do objetivo 11 e o objetivo 11 tem, diríamos que 10 sub-objetivos que, no fundo, tratam de praticamente todos os aspectos que são importantes na vida das cidades. Portanto, desde logo a habitação, os transportes, portanto, a urbanização, a proteção do património cultural e do património natural, a gestão dos riscos, quer sejam riscos naturais, quer sejam riscos tecnológicos, a redução dos impactos ambientais, os espaços verdes, a ligação da cidade à região e ao país, a implementação de todas estas políticas, portanto, sob o ponto de vista legislativo, administrativo, etc. E, finalmente, um objetivo que tem a ver com o apoio a cidades em países menos desenvolvidos. Portanto, de maneira podermos tratar de todos estes temas, nós temos uma estrutura em que há um conjunto de disciplinas opcionais que serão escolhidas um bocado em função daquilo que sejam os interesses de cada um dos alunos. Temos que ter uma comissão de acompanhamento que vai ajudar os alunos neste processo de definição do leque de disciplinas, e depois há disciplinas obrigatórias, algumas que estão focadas nas competências transversais, portanto, por exemplo, como as metodologias de investigação, uma disciplina de inovação e empreendedorismo, e depois no terceiro semestre, antes da tese, uma disciplina sobre escrita e comunicação em ciência. Depois temos uma disciplina, aquelas duas disciplinas de introdução às cidades e comunidades sustentáveis e de governança das cidades e comunidades sustentáveis, no fundo, cada uma delas trata 5 dos subobjetivos que eu tinha referido anteriormente. Portanto, a primeira trata os 5 objetivos mais ambientais e a segunda trata os objetivos, os subobjetivos mais da área de gestão e de economia. E, portanto, depois temos uma outra disciplina de preparação do projeto de dissertação. A dissertação será numa das 3 universidades, mas a ideia é que exista sempre co-supervisão fora da universidade em que decorre. E pode mesmo haver alguma mobilidade para fora do conjunto das 3 universidades, para as outras 4 universidades do projeto que não estão a participar diretamente neste mestrado. Para já, quer dizer, um dos problemas que nós tivemos foi a acreditação do mestrado em vários países. Portanto, no papel, isto é tudo muito bonito, diz-se que deve ser implementado um processo de acreditação europeia e que aquilo que é reconhecido num país deve ser reconhecido também nos outros, mas daí até à realidade, portanto, nós tivemos que acabar por, digamos, acreditar o mestrado individualmente em cada um dos países. E, portanto, por isso é que, para minimizar os riscos, começámos só com 3 universidades, porque quanto mais universidades metêssemos no princípio, mais difícil era conseguirmos garantir que estava acreditado a tempo dentro do projeto para podermos começar nos 3 primeiros anos do projeto. A ideia é que, portanto, nos anos seguintes possa haver adesão das outras universidades a este projeto. E está previsto, portanto, a submissão de uma candidatura de continuação do projeto no próximo ano, na call que vai haver no próximo ano, e a ideia é que a própria dimensão do consórcio seja alargada de 7 universidades, eu diria que para 9 ou 10. Aliás, há algum incentivo para que assim seja. Digamos, o financiamento por universidade será maior se houver alargamento do que se não houver alargamento. Portanto, digamos que estamos agora a fazer a divulgação do mestrado e, portanto, contamos iniciá-lo no próximo mês de setembro. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Então, muito bom dia a todos. Eu venho do Politécnico de Setúbal apresentar-vos aqui a nossa aliança, a aliança em que estamos inseridos, que tem este acrónimo EUDRES, que é um resumo de uma designação bastante mais alargada, que podem ler ali, e que no fundo resume um bocadinho aquilo que é a nossa visão. Nós pretendemos ser uma universidade com uma identidade europeia, mas com um forte impacto nas nossas regiões, no sentido de promover um desenvolvimento sustentável das mesmas. Aqui no slide anterior, nós já tínhamos um bocadinho o que são as regiões em que estamos a intervir, são 6. Temos ali aquelas linhas todas que no fundo ligam 6 pontos, que é mais ou menos onde estão situadas as nossas instituições. Não vou ler o nome das instituições todas, porque algumas são difíceis de dizer, provavelmente. Vou só referir ali os países. A Áustria é de onde vem a instituição coordenadora, depois participamos nós, Politécnico de Setúbal. Temos uma instituição húngara, uma belga, uma da Roménia e uma da Letónia. Estas instituições têm aqui várias características em comum. São instituições de pequena ou média dimensão, que estão situadas em cidades de pequena ou média dimensão, em países de pequena ou média dimensão. Mais do que isso, tem aqui uma característica que nos distingue como Universidade Europeia, que é ser constituída apenas por instituições politécnicas / universidades de ciências aplicadas. Recentemente fizemos um convite a algumas instituições para se juntarem à nossa aliança, também porque estamos a prever candidatar-nos a uma extensão, tal como Coimbra. Depois houve um período de seleção em que foram avaliados vários parâmetros e foram convidadas estas 2 instituições, Fulda, na Alemanha, e Saxion, nos Países Baixos. A participação destas instituições para já vai-se fazer como parceiros associados. No entanto, eles vão começar a participar já nas nossas atividades com recursos próprios, o que também demonstra o comprometimento destas instituições com esta participação, e o que se espera é que então, na extensão aqui deste financiamento, eles possam vir a ser parceiros, tal como os restantes 6. A nossa visão é então o desenvolvimento das nossas regiões. As nossas regiões, que são cidades de pequena ou média dimensão, mas também têm uma envolvente que, em alguns casos, pode chamar uma área rural, noutros eu diria que são áreas menos urbanas, e pretendemos promover o seu desenvolvimento mais inteligente e sustentável. Também pretendemos basear o nosso ensino e a nossa investigação em desafios, à prova de futuro, como costumamos dizer. Pretendemos fazer uma grande partilha desse conhecimento, portanto, temos aqui este princípio de ciência aberta, de ciência cidadã, e queremos ser uma universidade multicampos. Nós estamos divididos aqui a nível de projeto em 6 pacotes de trabalho, tal como Coimbra, o primeiro é a gestão e coordenação, o último é a disseminação e sustentabilidade. Não têm tantos resultados visíveis para demonstrar aqui. O pacote 2 é das universidades do futuro, é aquele em que eu até participo mais ativamente, mas também não temos ainda tantos resultados. O que estamos a fazer é auscultar a comunidade interna e externa, a perceber de que forma é que nós podemos perspectivar o futuro em conjunto, e no final sairá o blueprint daquilo que será a nossa Universidade Multicampos em 2030. Vou-vos falar em mais detalhe dos pacotes 3, 4 e 5, que são dedicados ao ensino-aprendizagem, à investigação, ao empreendedorismo e inovação. Já vos vou mostrar alguns resultados destes pacotes. Todas as atividades da nossa Universidade Europeia centram-se em 3 grandes áreas temáticas: economia circular, bem-estar e envelhecimento ativo, contribuição humana para a inteligência artificial. Portanto, em torno disto, são lançados desafios pelos stakeholders que são trabalhados ou pela comunidade de ensino-aprendizagem, ou de investigação, ou de empreendedorismo e inovação. Vou-vos mostrar então alguns resultados dos primeiros 20 meses, mais ou menos, de atividade desta aliança, focando então nestes 3 pacotes, que são aqueles que têm resultados mais demonstráveis. Os iLiving Labs são laboratórios que utilizam metodologia de Design Thinking, que trabalham temáticas trazidas por stakeholders da região. São constituídas equipas de estudantes das 6 instituições que trabalham em conjunto. Portanto, estes Living Labs decorrem online para permitir essa partilha conjunta. Funcionam durante 6 semanas, portanto é bastante intensivo, e aquele I de iLiving Lab representa várias coisas, e uma delas é intensivo, portanto é intensivo, é internacional, é uma série de coisas que começam por I. Os estudantes trabalham então durante essas 6 semanas, estão ali exemplos de 2 projetos em que eles trabalharam. Cada equipa de estudantes tem 2 docentes a acompanhar, pode ser de qualquer uma das 6 instituições, e no final os estudantes recebem 6 ECTS de reconhecimento. Em alguns casos é acreditado no próprio plano de estudos, noutros casos fica em suplemento ao diploma. Depende dos cursos, depende da situação. Depois temos aqui como principal resultado do pacote dedicado à investigação as redes que já foram constituídas. Portanto, as redes foram constituídas em torno daquelas 3 grandes áreas temáticas de que vos falei, e o objetivo é que estas redes vão crescendo ao longo do tempo. No primeiro ano constituiu-se um grupo para cada uma das redes. Esse grupo incluía investigadores, stakeholders, estudantes, cidadãos, que trabalharam num determinado desafio. No ano 2, esses grupos continuaram a trabalhar, mas juntou-se um segundo grupo a cada uma das redes. E o objetivo é que todos os anos se acrescente um grupo a cada uma destas redes. Portanto, a situação atual, estamos no ano 2, temos 6 grupos, 2 por rede. Como é que nós fazemos crescer estes grupos? Existem em permanência abertos bancos de investigadores, de estudantes, de stakeholders e de desafios. Através da página do projeto é possível a qualquer elemento da comunidade ou da região inscrever-se num destes bancos. E depois, em momentos-chave do ano, aqueles bancos de investigadores, de desafios, de stakeholders, estudantes, são convocados a mostrar vontade de participar em alguma temática que esteja a ser trabalhada. Já tivemos 2 edições do que chamamos Research Living Labs, que é quando estes grupos estão a trabalhar mais ativamente em algum projeto ou numa proposta de projeto. Claro que são momentos de atividade mais intensa, mas depois eles continuam a trabalhar ao longo do ano. E estão aqui alguns números dos nossos bancos, dos vários bancos que já estão criados, portanto, o número de pessoas que já estão envolvidas. O segundo Research iLiving Lab, por acaso, foi acolhido por nós, Politécnico de Setúbal, e decorreu este mês, aliás, terminou a semana passada. Tivemos então os 6 grupos a trabalhar ativamente, fizeram apresentações, fizeram visitas a stakeholders e tiveram ali uma atividade bastante interessante. Foi o primeiro encontro presencial, porque o primeiro Living Lab tinha sido online, e foi extremamente importante que os investigadores se tivessem encontrado. Agora, passando aqui para um resultado do pacote 5, Empreendedorismo e Inovação. Foi realizado um hackathon em setembro do ano passado, em que estudantes e docentes eram convidados a inscrever-se. Este tinha um formato muito intensivo, 36 horas, a trabalhar em 6 desafios trazidos também por stakeholders. No final haviam os prémios, atribuídos pelo nosso parceiro IBM, e irá realizar-se este ano uma segunda edição deste hackathon. Agora, um outro tipo de atividade que decorreu este ano, o Engagement Circus. Esta atividade foi organizada pelo pacote 2 do ensino-aprendizagem, mas pretendeu juntar elementos que participaram nas várias atividades dos outros pacotes também. Isto aconteceu na Bélgica, no mês passado, e os nossos estudantes que participaram, portanto, a parte do Politécnico de Setúbal, deram-nos um feedback muito positivo desta experiência. A nossa aliança está a crescer, não só em número, mas também em projetos que nós estamos a tentar usar para alavancar algumas das nossas atividades. Vou-vos falar aqui de 2 projetos que já estão aprovados. O primeiro é o EINS. Este projeto envolve todos os elementos do consórcio, mais a University Industry Innovation Network. É financiado pelo IT Raw Materials, e o que pretende é dar aqui um reforço à nossa intervenção na área do empreendedorismo. Este projeto iniciou-se em outubro de 2021. Temos também já aprovado este outro projeto Entre Innovators, financiado pelo Horizon Europe, e este pretende desenvolver ou reforçar a nossa dimensão de investigação no âmbito da Aliança. Este projeto é coordenado por nós, Politécnico de Setúbal, e vai iniciar em outubro deste ano, 2022. Vou-vos falar só aqui de mais duas atividades que ainda vão acontecer antes do verão. Uma é o Science Pub Quiz, é a terceira edição, já tivemos duas, e esta edição vai ser dedicada ao projeto Change Corner, que é um dos projetos com financiamento interno da Rede de Economia Circular. Até ao momento participaram já 60 elementos da nossa comunidade, estudantes, docentes, e pronto, estamos expectantes para ver o que é que acontece nesta edição. Portanto, este evento permite aumentar ou disseminar um bocadinho mais o projeto por toda a comunidade e envolver toda a gente a trabalhar com um propósito comum. E vamos ter também um bootcamp no início de julho, nos Alpes Austríacos. Esta é uma iniciativa do pacote 5, Empreendedorismo e Inovação. É dirigida a estudantes que vão trabalhar em equipa, mas desta vez não é cada um no seu desafio, é todas as equipas trabalham no mesmo desafio, que é de pensar o que é que será o campus sustentável do futuro. É uma semana também bastante intensa. No final, os estudantes terão 3 ECTS de reconhecimento. Temos a página do projeto, que vos convido a consultar caso tenham alguma curiosidade que queiram esclarecer. O site está em permanente atualização, tal como as nossas redes sociais, que estão ali representadas. E deixo também o meu contacto, caso me queiram contactar diretamente. Obrigada.
Bom dia a todos. É um prazer estar aqui. Em primeiro lugar, agradecer o convite e a oportunidade de virmos apresentar a UNITA, que é uma aliança de universidades europeias, o tema desta sessão, da qual a Universidade da Beira Interior faz parte. UNITA vem de Universitas Montium, a designação latina, e como o foco desta sessão me foi dito que deveria ser explorado no sentido da sustentabilidade, o que vos vou apresentar é o que vos vou fazer é uma apresentação do projeto nesta transversalidade da sustentabilidade e que por isso dei como subtítulo à apresentação A Route for Sustainability. E dividi, digamos assim, aquilo que vou partilhar convosco em duas vertentes. Aquela que tem a ver com o que é a estrutura da UNITA propriamente dita, o objetivo e um bocadinho dos modos de governação, e depois uma segunda parte onde vou identificar, sentar a explorar no sentido do work package, aquela forma pesada, work package, sem descrição exaustiva disso, em que vos vou apresentar um conjunto de aspectos práticos relacionados à implementação do projeto e que são iniciativas que são interessantes, algumas das quais à semelhança do que já vimos nos outros modelos, porque, na verdade, estes modelos da Universidade Europeia foram desenhados com objetivos comuns e, portanto, há coisas que se vão cruzando e que modelos muito semelhantes que encontramos nas 3 universidades e que, com certeza, estão a chegar a essa conclusão. Portanto, a Aliança UNITA é uma aliança de 6 universidades europeias que se juntaram por um conjunto de características comuns e a que foi determinante foi o facto de serem universidades próximas do mundo rural e de regiões de montanha. E, nessa perspectiva, temos universidades do sul da Europa Central e da Europa de Leste, em associação à Serra da Estrela, a Universidade da Beira Interior, em associação aos Pirineus, e aí temos a Universidade de Saragossa e a Universidade de Pau, e na cadeia alpina temos Savoie-Mont-Blanc e a Universidade de Turim, e depois temos ainda nas montanhas Banat a Universidade de Veste de Timișoara. Além deste enquadramento geográfico, o que também foi o mote para a união destas universidades foi o facto de partilharem línguas românicas, e que também é algo a trabalhar no projeto, como irão ver. Portanto, há aqui um ecossistema comum, com desafios comuns, constrangimentos comuns, oportunidades comuns, a estas 6 universidades, e que foi o princípio de se fazer esta aliança. É um ecossistema robusto, conta com 165 mil estudantes e mais de 13 mil membros do staff académico e administrativo, e, portanto, temos aqui um grande potencial humano para dinamizar este conceito da Universidade Europeia. Todos os membros da Aliança identificaram também e tiveram, logo associado ao projeto, desculpem-me a redundância, aquilo que são parceiros associados. Estes são os parceiros associados da UBI, na Aliança UNITA. Como podem ver, temos a Resi Estrela, associada à questão da reciclagem, a Enerária, energias renováveis, a Comunidade Intermunicipal Beiras e Serra da Estrela, a CCDR Centro, as aldeias históricas, e aqui a Associação de Língua Portuguesa, associada ao Instituto Camões, e o Instituto Politécnico da Guarda, que neste momento, devo dizer, já não é Associated Partner, é membro efetivo da UNITA. Foram integrados outros membros já na Aliança, embora o projeto esteja a correr, e o Politécnico da Guarda foi um deles. Neste momento é parceiro oficial da UNITA. E, portanto, com esta contextualização, aquilo que ficou definido como missão para a UNITA foi precisamente esta frase, este parágrafo que aqui vos apresento. A grande missão da Aliança é esta, portanto, é responder a desafios societais, fazendo o empoderamento dos nossos estudantes e staff, no sentido de se tornarem e se trabalhar aquilo que é a cidadania europeia e global, sempre com um compromisso muito forte de alinhamento com os Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável da ONU, o European Green Deal e esta questão cultural e linguística que unia a Aliança, tudo isto fazendo face aos que são os desafios comuns de universidades localizadas em regiões de montanha e no mundo rural. Em termos de governança e organização, e sem vos querer amassar muito com isto, portanto, cada um dos parceiros tem o seu próprio UNITA Office, que funciona em cada uma das universidades, mas como podem ver, este círculo aqui não está por acaso, estão sempre em íntima relação. Os UNITA Offices estão sempre a conversar e a interagir, inclusivamente temos feito reuniões várias, está a decorrer precisamente neste momento em Turim, uma reunião dos diversos UNITA Offices para partilha de experiências, para resolver pormenores administrativos e termos as coisas sempre o mais alinhadas possível entre as várias universidades. Temos depois o Governance Board, constituído pelos reitores e que reúne com alguma periodicidade. O próximo vai ser agora no final de maio, início de junho, precisamente em Timișoara. O anterior tinha sido em novembro na UBI. E temos o Quality and Evaluation Board, que nestas coisas tem sempre que existir, ainda um Advisory Council, um Students Assembly, os estudantes são parte muito ativa na nossa aliança, privilegiamos isso, e depois temos um Management Committee que reúne os coordenadores das diferentes Work Packages e cada uma das Work Packages tem aquilo que nós designamos Task Force. E depois, às vezes, dentro de cada Work Package, há subdivisão e grupos de trabalho, muitos grupos, de maneira a otimizar muito o modo de funcionar. Eu, como vos tinha dito, não ia apresentar as Work Packages exaustivamente, apenas vos mostro aqui o que são as 8 Work Packages do projeto. Portanto, temos a Work Package 1, que é Management and Coordination, temos a Work Package 2, que é aquela que está relacionada à questão curricular, a flexibilidade de currículos, o Teaching and Learning, as oportunidades de ensino ao longo do projeto, nos diversos membros da Aliança e em partilha. A Work Package 3, aquela do multilíngua, é onde se trabalha o fenómeno e a questão das línguas românicas, no sentido da intercompreensão, do que já vou falar um bocadinho mais adiante. E a Work Package 4 é aquela que trabalha a investigação. e que também irei apresentar um bocadinho essa mais em detalhe. Depois temos a Work Package 5, precisamente os campos interuniversitários, e que vão ver que temos iniciativas quer no sentido de criar campos virtuais como campos físicos. A Work Package 6, a questão da mobilidade, e como podem ver, as Work Packages relacionam-se, porque quando falamos de criar um campus, não se separa de mobilidade, se pensarmos que é um campus físico com a interação de estudantes das várias universidades. E depois temos, então, a questão da Work Package 7, que trabalha a questão da perspectiva europeia, e, por fim, a Work Package 8, mais direcionada à disseminação, e onde entra lá a sustentabilidade, precisamente porque a sustentabilidade é algo completamente transversal a todo o projeto. Em qualquer das tarefas das Work Packages identificadas, e considerando que sustentabilidade podemos lá pensar do ponto de vista económico, ambiental, social ou cultural, ela está incluída de um modo transversal em todas as Work Packages. E é assim que temos a sustentabilidade na Aliança UNITA. E como eu tinha dito, não ia falar Work Package a Work Package, mas sim identificando alguns conjuntos de aspectos práticos relacionados com a implementação do projeto. São apenas alguns, temos muito mais atividades, a minha seleção foi neste sentido da contribuição para a sustentabilidade. E a primeira coisa que destacava tem a ver com a mobilidade virtual. Temos, como não podia deixar de ser nos dias de hoje, e numa aliança com várias universidades a umas distâncias consideráveis. Portanto, temos esta modalidade de mobilidade virtual, em que o que acontece é que os alunos frequentam salas de aula virtual, podem escolher unidades curriculares em vários parceiros da UNITA. Neste momento esteve aberta uma call, digamos assim, interna, que fechou há pouco tempo, para quem quisesse entrar e participar nestas unidades curriculares virtuais. Cada parceiro escolhe as unidades curriculares que quer oferecer nesta modalidade e os alunos inscrevem-se. Podem decorrer em modo síncrono ou assíncrono, e as pessoas trabalham da maneira que melhor for proveitosa para si. Só dizer que na UBI nós criámos uma sala específica para este tipo de atividades, chamámos-lhe a UNITA Classroom. Foi implementada de raiz, com equipamentos informáticos bastante modernos e com facilidades incríveis para a utilização e fazer na melhor maneira possível estas abordagens virtuais. Em termos de sustentabilidade, permite, mais que não seja, diminuir o número de viagens de avião e contrariar a nossa pegada ecológica, mantendo pessoas a frequentar um mesmo espaço. Passaria então para outro tipo de mobilidade, que nós chamamos a mobilidade rural. Foi criado este programa de mobilidade rural. Já tivemos a primeira edição em 2021, vamos ter agora a segunda edição em 2022. Normalmente decorre no verão, de junho a setembro. Já oferecemos mais de 100 estágios nesta mobilidade, na UBI particularmente 26, e o objetivo é desenvolver e fornecer aos alunos um conjunto de formação em torno desta vivência no mundo rural, e todas as universidades fizeram isso. Isto é vantajoso, não é? E pensamos nós que é bom para os alunos, aumenta as suas competências transversais e competências a vários níveis, dependendo dos parceiros com que estamos envolvidos e onde vão decorrer os estágios, ao mesmo tempo que acaba sempre por ser uma aproximação ao mundo empresarial, alguns acabam por se ligar a empresas ou organizações privadas e até ser bem-sucedidos. Não sei se conseguem ler, mas aqui o testemunho desta aluna da Universidade de Saragossa foi precisamente que conseguiu arranjar emprego na sequência de um destes estágios. E, por outro lado, o contrário também acontece, não é? Este sangue novo, metermos os alunos nos nossos stakeholders do mundo rural, eles que estão desejosos de transpor o conhecimento e tudo aquilo que aprenderam para outras leads, acabam por criar novas sinergias que vão desde a educação à investigação, ao empreendedorismo, e que acabam por produzir e ter um impacto muito positivo nestas regiões do mundo rural e de montanha, algumas muito desfavorecidas, muito carenciadas, falta de pessoas, falta de recursos, como todos sabemos. E com certeza, quando estes projetos acabarem, que também já estamos a pensar na sua continuidade, sem dúvida alguma, eu acho que as regiões vão sentir o que foi o envolvimento das universidades europeias nesta perspectiva de sustentabilidade e ligação ao território. Outro ponto relacionado à mobilidade, aqui não é propriamente a mobilidade de pessoas, mas sim identificação de novas perspectivas de mobilidade. Portanto, aqui é mesmo um concurso de ideias, que foi chamado Green Mobility, Ideathon, em que o que estamos a fazer é um concurso de ideias. Este está mesmo em curso, neste momento, ainda não fechou. Com o objetivo de os alunos, equipas de alunos das diferentes equipas internacionais compostas por alunos das diferentes universidades das alianças, desenvolverem ideias de melhoria da mobilidade. E pode ser ao nível da mobilidade mais inclusiva, ao nível da mobilidade verde, portanto, novas ideias para que melhorem os conceitos de mobilidade nas cidades e que melhorem o nosso impacto no nosso planeta. Os melhores projetos vão ser selecionados, vão ganhar umas sessões de mentoria e vão ser trabalhados com algumas empresas identificadas para o efeito em cada uma das universidades da Aliança. E agora, então, falava-vos um bocadinho nesta questão da intercompreensão, que temos uma work package dedicada a trabalhar a intercompreensão e faz todo o sentido no contexto da Aliança Unitar, na medida em que, como se lembrarem ao início, portanto, a questão das línguas românicas, a partilha da língua era um elemento aglutinador da Aliança. E pretende-se desenvolver esta questão da intercompreensão. Por definição, uma forma de comunicar na qual as pessoas possam entender a outra língua, mesmo falando na mesma sua língua nativa. E neste cenário foram desenvolvidas várias abordagens interessantes dentro da Aliança, cursos de intercompreensão, que são dados por especialistas e aqui de um modo mais especializado as pessoas podem participar, mas foram feitas coisas muito engraçadas, como por exemplo aqui o Café de Linguística, esta é uma iniciativa da Timisoara, em que as pessoas vão ao café e depois levam palavras, mas levam palavras na sua língua nativa e tentam perceber o que é que aquela palavra significa na outra língua, e o exercício é escolher palavras que sabemos que o nosso interlocutor em Timisoara, mesmo sendo uma palavra portuguesa, consegue identificar. E esta é a base da discussão em torno destes cafés e de promoção da intercompreensão. E agora, falava-vos um bocadinho daquilo que é a investigação associada ao projeto UNITA. Portanto, estes projetos têm uma forte componente de investigação e, no caso do projeto UNITA, a questão da investigação é trabalhada ao nível da Work Package 4. E foram aqui identificados 3 Research Hubs, que são precisamente aqueles que estão também no desenho e na arquitetura da Aliança, e que foram estes 3. Herança cultural, economia circular e energias renováveis. E não foram estes por acaso, foram estes precisamente porque são os temas que temos de desafios hoje em dia e que alinham, como facilmente se identifica, com aquilo que são os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável das Nações Unidas. E, portanto, a primeira coisa que se fez na Aliança, sabendo que se tinham que ter criado estes 3 hubs, foi definir o modo de organização e de operacionalização de cada um destes hubs. E como é que isso foi feito em prática? Como é que isso foi posto em prática? A primeira coisa que se fez foi criar uma cartografia. Esta imagem, pronto, é só para ilustrar que temos uma base de dados online com esta cartografia, que resultou daquilo que nós chamamos da Call for Expression of Interest, que já tivemos 2. Tivemos uma primeira call logo no lançamento do projeto e já tivemos uma outra call que fechou agora no fim de março. Entretanto, já decidimos mudar o paradigma e já se considerou ter esta call sempre aberta. Portanto, qualquer pessoa, qualquer investigador pode associar-se à cartografia nestas 3 áreas. Devo dizer também que neste momento já se trabalha os parceiros um bocadinho nos bastidores, digamos assim, para se fazer a evolução para outras áreas decorrentes destas em possíveis candidaturas adicionais ou no prolongamento destes projetos. No total, conseguiram-se reunir mais de 600 projetos nas 3 várias áreas, em que, pronto, na cartografia é possível consultar projetos, pessoas e por universidade em cada uma das áreas e ir lá e ver o que é que está a ser oferecido. E, portanto, foram definidos os hubs, foi definido o modo de governança, muito simplesmente, cada um dos hubs tem um diretor e um vice-diretor, que pode ser coordenado, e são coordenados por diferentes universidades. Por exemplo, o hub das energias renováveis é coordenado por Savoie-Mont-Blanc e pela UBI, o hub de herança cultural é coordenado por Turim e Zaragoza, e a economia circular o Cultural Heritage é coordenado por Pau e Turim, assim é que é, e a economia circular é coordenado por Zaragoza e Timișoara. E depois, em cada uma das universidades, para cada um dos temas, há um coordenador local, e essa é a pessoa-chave que tenta aglutinar os outros investigadores da sua universidade ao redor daqueles temas. Eu devo dizer que só o desenho da governança demorou algumas reuniões de várias horas, porque foram propostos aos parceiros vários modelos de gestão, discutidos, e acabou neste que eu acabei de descrever. E, portanto, essa discussão acontece naquilo que são as reuniões específicas interdisciplinares que temos mensalmente em cada um dos Research Hubs. E já tivemos também, neste momento, para todas as áreas, quer para a economia circular, para a herança cultural, para as energias renováveis, aquilo que nós chamamos como os primeiros workshops temáticos. O de energias renováveis foi na UBI, o de economia circular foi em Timișoara e o de herança cultural foi em Turim. E o objetivo destes workshops foi precisamente colocar as pessoas a conversar, identificar sinergias e perspectivas para a evolução da investigação numa agenda comum em torno destes temas, com a inclusão de todos os parceiros. Que iniciativas mais temos de promover a investigação em torno destes temas e entre os membros da Aliança? Por exemplo, desenvolvemos um programa de teses de doutoramento em cotutela, temos os grant agreements completamente definidos e acordados entre os parceiros, vão ser assinados agora na próxima reunião do Governance Board pelos reitores das universidades todas, e temos também para oferecer 20 bolsas que a FCT patrocinou para a Aliança e cuja candidatura também estamos para lançar brevemente. Outra coisa que desenvolvemos e que é importante, que pode não só pelo que significa em termos de partilha, mas também porque acaba por ser uma maneira indireta de aproximar pessoas, que foi a partilha de equipamento e infraestruturas. Portanto, em todos os parceiros foi feito um levantamento de equipamento, uma espécie de cartografia de equipamento à semelhança do que temos para as pessoas, e os equipamentos são postos à disponibilidade, os parceiros sabem, e uma pessoa na Universidade de Timișoara pode vir à UBI e usar o nosso microscópio eletrónico ou vice-versa. E temos um agreement para permitir esta mobilidade em torno do equipamento. E o que é útil, porque da necessidade de um uso de equipamento, às vezes se aproximam pessoas e daí vêm outras coisas. Também lançámos as newsletters, da newsletter da UNITA, e este evento que foi o primeiro da semana passada, que são as UNITA Weekly Talks, completamente abertos em todos os membros da Aliança, e que vão focar nos 3 hubs, vão focar em termos gerais de interesse da investigação. O primeiro foi precisamente com alguém da União Europeia, que nos veio falar de mecanismos de inovação e a questão da investigação no âmbito das alianças europeias, e ao mesmo tempo também ir lançando algum caminho para se poder começar a entrar noutras áreas além destas 3 identificadas. E isto é de tal maneira importante que, neste momento, esta necessidade de promover a investigação dentro dos membros da Aliança já resultou em pelo menos mais 2 projetos. O REUNITA, que é Research for UNITA. Portanto, o UNITA é um Erasmus+, este Research for UNITA é um SWOFS, e foi desenhado, envolvendo mais todos os parceiros da Aliança, os mesmos parceiros, com o objetivo de partilhar uma agenda de investigação e inovação comum entre os diferentes parceiros. Eu não preparei nada para desenvolver de cada um destes projetos, porque isso não daria os 20 minutos, teria que ter uma sessão só para explicar outra vez esses projetos, mas o Reunita muito simplesmente é isso. O objetivo é partilhar uma agenda de investigação e inovação comum entre os parceiros, que vai desde a gestão das pessoas, que vai desde promover políticas de igualdade de género entre aquilo que é no mundo da investigação, etc. O outro projeto é o INOUNITA, que este é um EIT, e tem precisamente como objetivo promover a inovação e o empreendedorismo, e que nós na UBI o temos lançado dentro da nossa incubadora, que é a UBI Medical, precisamente para potenciar ao máximo esta aproximação à inovação e ao empreendedorismo. E assim, já chegando ao fim, com esta concretização e com esta abordagem, na verdade o que é o objetivo da UNITA é que possamos ficar com um quadro de ação partilhado de muito perto com o setor público e privado dos territórios envolventes, sob a liderança da UNITA, para permitir a evolução, permitir o desenvolvimento de estratégias de especialização inteligente e ajudar naquilo que é a construção de um modelo mais sustentável, mais inclusivo nas áreas rurais e alinhado com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável e o Green Deal. E mesmo para terminar, e tudo isto que eu apresentei ainda não se esgota aqui, porque dentro da UNITA ainda temos um outro, não sei como é que lhe de chamar, é um projeto, é um projeto dentro da UNITA, que está associado à Work Package 8, e cujo objetivo é precisamente este, que é alargar, partilhar aquilo que são as melhores práticas desenvolvidas dentro do projeto UNITA para outras áreas do mundo. E por isso se chamou de Gemini, e numa lógica ainda das línguas românicas, cada um dos parceiros identificou universidades neste mundo Gemini e temos protocolos e estamos a transpor algumas práticas da UNITA para estes parceiros. Por exemplo, no caso da UBI, nós já fizemos acordos de cooperação com o Brasil, Cabo Verde e Timor-Leste, a França com alguns países francófonos, Zaragoza com as várias universidades da América Latina, França com o Canadá e por aí fora, com este objetivo de trazer e transpor boas práticas dentro da UNITA para estes países. Por outro lado, arranjamos aqui uma fonte de cooperação e atendendo a que estamos em regiões com pouca densidade populacional, o envelhecimento da nossa população, estes laços acabam por fornecer um interesse para termos e chegarmos a pessoas que podem estar interessadas em vir para o pé de nós, em vir para as nossas universidades desenvolver o seu ensino, a sua investigação. E assim, então mesmo termino, relembrando que podem consultar mais informações naquilo que é a página da UNITA, basta pôr em unita.ubi. A UNITA está alojada no site da UBI, portanto, se puserem UNITA, UBI vai aparecer. E, para quem gosta de redes sociais, pode seguir o Facebook, o Twitter, o LinkedIn da UNITA e quaisquer contatos através do nosso UNITA Office. Obrigada a todos. Não vou ler nas outras línguas todas porque não conseguiria pronunciar o romeno. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, foram intervenções muito interessantes e, de facto, não admira que esta iniciativa das universidades europeias seja, de facto, um projeto dos mais emblemáticos da União Europeia, no sentido da construção de um espaço europeu de educação. Eu passava agora a palavra à assistência, saber se há algumas questões que queiram colocar aqui aos nossos oradores.
Sim.
Sim.
Obrigada. Eu queria vos fazer uma pergunta, não me levem a mal se ela não fizer sentido, mas eu vou fazê-la de qualquer forma. Pensando num projeto de aliança, formar uma aliança, o que é que pode pesar mais num processo de elaboração do projeto? As questões, ou seja, vai haver uma parceria entre universidades, entre instituições de ensino. O que as pode unir, o foco dessa união, são questões relacionadas com a investigação e a inovação, o peso disto, ou em contrapartida tem um peso maior as questões que têm a ver mais com a relação com a sociedade, ou seja, a integração dessas instituições no seu território, a ligação às suas comunidades. Isto é, eu estou a tentar formular uma pergunta: o tema unificador da aliança tem mais peso ser um tema comum de investigação e inovação, depois também se reflete no ensino, alimentam-se um ao outro, ou a questão da abertura das instituições à sociedade e trabalharem temas relacionados com as suas comunidades e com as sociedades em que se inserem, incluindo o setor privado, as empresas, evidentemente. Obrigada.
Eu posso... Já agora eu conto a história da nossa aliança, portanto. Nós concorremos logo no primeiro ano portanto, ficámos encostados, acho que fomos a primeira aliança não subsidiada no primeiro ano. E depois tivemos o trabalho de reformular a candidatura. E, portanto, aquilo que eu sugiro é o seguinte, portanto, tentem ler o programa da COL e devem fazer a COL, no fundo, de forma a que fazer a candidatura, de forma a que ela responda aos diferentes desafios que lá estão colocados. Devem fazê-la de uma forma que facilite o trabalho dos avaliadores. Portanto, os avaliadores ficam sempre mais satisfeitos quando nas candidaturas encontram facilmente as respostas àquilo que eles têm que avaliar. Porque os avaliadores têm que responder a um conjunto de critérios e nesses critérios têm que fazer comentários. Quando essas coisas são fáceis de encontrar nas candidaturas, as classificações normalmente são melhores. E já agora, se posso dar outra dica, digamos, do trabalho que já fiz como avaliador de projetos europeus, eu acho que, na maior parte das vezes, as candidaturas ganhadoras conseguem a vitória nos impactos, na parte dos impactos. Porque nós temos, normalmente, 3 partes de avaliação. É uma parte que tem a ver com os aspectos mais técnicos e mais científicos, que as equipas normalmente tratam de uma forma bem elaborada, porque cada um está a escrever sobre aquilo que é a sua área de conhecimento e, portanto, faz isso com algum profissionalismo. Depois, há uma parte que tem a ver com os aspectos de organização e os aspectos administrativos. E em relação a isso, eu diria que nas consultoras que dão apoio à elaboração de projetos, há 2 ou 3 modelos, e esses 2 ou 3 modelos são utilizados na maior parte das vezes. Aliás, a estrutura destes projetos que nós vimos era relativamente semelhante, se repararem. Não é? Portanto, em termos de quais é que são os work packages, como é que é o modelo de governança do consórcio, etc. E depois, como normalmente os impactos é aquilo que se trata no fim, E algumas das perguntas até são assim um bocado chatas, que é assim daquela conversa que nós achamos, isto é assim um bocado de conversa fiada, há assim uma certa tendência para desleixar um bocadinho nisso. E quem trata isso da melhor forma é normalmente quem ganha, porque depois é quem fica com uma melhor classificação. E, portanto, tratar os objetivos de forma coerente e quantificada, não é só dizer, portanto, vamos melhorar em 10% este aspecto. Tem que se dizer, vamos melhorar em 10% este aspecto por esta e aquela razão e, portanto, fazendo isto e aquilo. Portanto, isso é que é fundamental. Portanto, para... claro que se são mais os aspectos científicos, se são mais os aspectos, digamos, de impacto na sociedade, etc., eu acho que deve-se tentar ter lá as várias coisas. E deve-se ter, portanto, um conjunto de entidades associadas que se justifique porque é que elas lá estão e, portanto, como é que elas vão ajudar a proposta. Portanto, deve ser feito dessa forma.
Sim, a candidatura valerá sempre como um todo, como o Manuel acabou de...
Manuel.
Agora de repente...
Há um outro Miguel, mas é cantor.
Exato. Como o Manuel já identificou, a candidatura valerá sempre pelo um todo. Eu penso que a pergunta era um bocadinho o que é que foi o modo para o desenho e para começar a construir. Se foi assentamos-nos naquilo que somos bons na investigação ou assentamos-nos no que queremos fazer em termos de desenvolvimento da região ou com este propósito. E no caso da candidatura da UBI foi muito pegar realmente no mundo rural, nesta envolvência da montanha e na questão da sustentabilidade. E depois identificaram-se as áreas onde as diferentes universidades, ou todas no seu conjunto, poderiam ser fortes para alencar o resto do projeto e ficou na herança cultural, economia circular e as energias renováveis, onde, de facto, na generalidade, em todas as universidades, somos também muito bons em investigação. E, portanto, muito simplesmente foi assim que foi montado.
Eu, se calhar, acrescentava só que o que é mais fácil é fazer uma candidatura onde se mostre vamos ter o impacto. O mais difícil é, depois da candidatura ganhar, nós correspondermos a essa expectativa que criamos. E nós, Politécnico de Setúbal, já trabalhávamos muito com a região, já tínhamos muitos projetos em conjunto com stakeholders regionais, mas agora estamos comprometidos a aumentar esse número gradualmente, e isso é um desafio muito grande, porque temos mesmo de sair ainda mais das nossas fronteiras de campus e incitar também os stakeholders a saírem um bocadinho da zona de conforto deles e trabalharem connosco.
Olá, bom dia. Eu sou Ana Neves, sou a coordenadora executiva da Rede Perim. Não sei se já ouviram falar, mas é Portugal Europe Research and Innovation Network, portanto já falei bastante por e-mail com a Silvia. E a minha questão é a seguinte: com estes consórcios que conseguiram, portanto com esta rede que conseguiram, quais é que estão a sentir que vão ser os resultados? Uma coisa é aquilo que vocês esperavam que fosse e que está na proposta de candidatura e que ganharam. A outra é o que é que estão a sentir que vão obter como resultado. E se esse resultado se estão já a ver que poderá levar a outro tipo de consórcio no futuro, para um projeto no âmbito do programa quadro de IDT, ou se vos parece que será difícil porque não são bem os stakeholders corretos. Portanto, o que é que estão a sentir que é o produto destas vossas redes criadas no âmbito das universidades europeias? Obrigada.
Não, agora começa...
Está bem, pronto, está bem, podemos começar agora pela ordem inversa. Bom, o produto, em primeiro lugar, eu acho que para mim é incontornável que vai ser bom, já está a ser, já há frutos. O projeto Reunita já é um exemplo, o projeto União Unita já é um exemplo, eu não referi todos, temos um Connect Unita que já também saiu. Ainda não temos nenhum IDT, mas espero que venhamos a ter, mas acabamos de ter, já no âmbito do programa quadro, uma Marie Curie Citizen para a Noite Europeia dos Investigadores. Foi um projeto que já surgiu desta aliança, com os parceiros a trabalharem todos em conjunto para algo em comum. Precisamos transpor a barreira da investigação, precisamos transpor a barreira de termos mais alinhamento ainda na investigação e por isso temos os Research Hubs e por isso temos um conjunto de iniciativas em redor dos hubs e por isso o Reunita está a trabalhar, eu não frisei, eu não expliquei o projeto Reunita, não quis misturar projetos aqui, mas o projeto Reunita o que faz é explorar os 4 hubs da Work Package 4 do UNITA e pô-los a mexer mais ainda. E esse mexer mais ainda é, por exemplo, termos uma newsletter própria, termos aquelas weekly talks, que estão no âmbito do Reunita também, termos workshops temáticos onde as pessoas discutem investigação e estarmos a pensar mesmo, de facto, em projetos na submissão. Portanto, temos falado em coisas, temos falado nos co-funds, pronto, vamos ver o que sai. Isto é o ideal, é o mundo ideal e estava convicta que iria sair algo e vejo potencial para isso. Depois há os outros constrangimentos, alguns que também existem, porque é um bocadinho também o que o Manuel falava há bocado ao início. Estas alianças existem, são muito úteis, é uma oportunidade extraordinária, mas ainda há muitos constrangimentos práticos de não ser tudo assim tão alinhado e, por exemplo, e às vezes não ser fácil otimizar os processos nas diferentes universidades em algumas temáticas. E do ensino ainda é um problema, tantos anos depois, após Bolonha, ainda é um problema o alinhamento da CTS e de algumas coisas desse género para ofertas comuns. Mas pronto, eu quero acreditar que é positivo e que vai vir algo positivo, mesmo para as regiões também. O que temos identificado e na Aliança temos discutido isso precisamente, o que é que podemos fazer para dar continuidade também a estes projetos, o que é que podemos pedir à União Europeia que nos faz falta, e temos acompanhado os fóruns das Alianças das Universidades Europeias, e temos dentro da Aliança UNITA um diagnóstico de coisas que queremos, gostaríamos de alcançar, e uma delas é haver um financiamento um pouco mais direcionado para a investigação dentro das alianças. E, portanto, isso é algo que nós reivindicamos e que pode ser útil.
Eu partilho um bocadinho desta opinião. Também já temos 2 projetos que resultam do facto de já estarmos em consórcio e isto facilita muito uma candidatura porque já existe um conhecimento dos parceiros e um entrosamento natural que facilita a elaboração de uma candidatura em conjunto. Também já fomos desafiados por um ou outro parceiro para nos associarmos a uma candidatura que estariam a preparar. Portanto, isto facilita muito aqui a nível de rede. Impactos que sentimos no imediato. Eu diria que o nosso nível de internacionalização aumentou, não é que não fosse baixo, portanto tínhamos os Erasmus, os programas intensivos, mas temos aqui toda uma outra dimensão de várias oportunidades que os nossos estudantes têm, algumas que até ocorrem em período de pausa letiva, como este bootcamp que eu falei, ou o hackathon que foi em setembro, antes das aulas iniciarem, e que são oportunidades extra que eles têm de financiamento para mobilidade e para partilha de experiências. Portanto, é um impacto imediato que estamos a sentir. O número de projetos em que temos os parceiros da região connosco a participar também aumentou. Portanto, são tudo impactos diretos que estamos a sentir e que estamos a trabalhar no sentido de que não se esgotem depois de esgotar o financiamento. Por isso é que nós temos um pacote dedicado apenas a pensar como é que esta aliança pode funcionar no futuro, quando já não tivermos este tipo de financiamento.
Bem, a opinião é semelhante. Nós portanto, já tivemos mais 2 candidaturas aprovadas, portanto, um SWOF também, de reforço com verbas de investigação, e há inclusivamente uma candidatura que foi feita pelas cidades. Portanto, todas as câmaras municipais das várias cidades são parceiras do projeto e as próprias cidades depois apresentaram uma candidatura para verbas que estavam disponíveis para as cidades e essa candidatura foi bem sucedida. Aliás, agora no último portanto, o fórum que nós tivemos na cidade de Pavia, houve também um encontro das cidades. Os presidentes das câmaras estiveram lá ou fizeram-se representar. Claro que eu acho que temos que ter em conta que estes primeiros tempos destas alianças decorreram num ambiente um bocado complicado, porque, por exemplo, estas candidaturas assentavam muito na mobilidade e, digamos que tivemos os estudantes sem possibilidade de se moverem durante um tempo significativo. E isso acho que pode ter atrasado um bocadinho a criação de um ambiente de convívio e de interação mais forte entre as universidades. Agora que esperemos que esses tempos estejam ultrapassados, eu acho que essa fase vai avançar de uma forma mais rápida. Também já tivemos candidaturas que submetemos e não foram bem sucedidas, portanto, mas isso faz parte das regras do jogo, não é? Nós sabemos que, portanto, tínhamos uma para a digitalização dos processos de ensino, que até foi coordenada por nós, por Coimbra. Houve outra candidatura na área da inovação e do empreendedorismo, mas outra coisa que eu aprendi, principalmente na altura da elaboração desta candidatura, foi que noutros países europeus há uma forma diferente de tratar destas questões das candidaturas não bem-sucedidas. Portanto, quando uma candidatura fica com uma classificação que está praticamente encostada à linha de aprovação, normalmente as agências de ciência do próprio país, no ano seguinte, apoiam a ressubmissão da candidatura e, portanto, investem no sucesso dessa candidatura. E, portanto, acho que é algo que nós temos que começar também a fazer. Portanto, se uma candidatura no primeiro ano não é bem sucedida, aquele trabalho todo que se teve não se deve deixar cair. Portanto, deve-se continuar a apostar. Já agora, sobre as dificuldades portanto, por exemplo, para vos dar alguns exemplos, tivemos quando quisemos criar os mestrados em associação, um dos problemas típicos, como é que se fixa a propina? Sim. Portanto,
Onde paga?
Porque num sítios paga-se, noutros sítios não se pode pagar, é proibido pela Constituição, portanto os valores são completamente diferentes. Portanto, nós tivemos muitas horas de reunião para conseguirmos chegar a resolver aspectos desse género. Pois como é que se compatibilizam os calendários portanto, os calendários escolares, os calendários de abertura portanto, das vagas para os alunos, são aspectos que compatibilizar isto a nível europeu não é nada fácil, porque depois as próprias legislações às vezes são conflituantes. Portanto, aquilo que existe, portanto, tem que haver muita flexibilidade ao nível das diferentes universidades para pôr estas coisas a funcionar. Mas eu acho que ter estas alianças cria logo à partida uma grande facilidade na criação dos consórcios para nós irmos concorrer, porque de cada vez que há alguma coisa aberta, se eu já tenho os parceiros naturais e não tenho que fazer aquele esforço de ir à procura, e se nós já... é que muitas vezes estas candidaturas funcionam tanto melhor quanto mais as pessoas se conhecem. e eu acho que é uma oportunidade de ouro que não devemos perder, portanto, apostar nestas alianças. O reitor da minha universidade, portanto, diz claramente que grande parte do futuro passa por aqui, portanto, e que é uma aposta estratégica da própria universidade.
Também estamos-nos a aproximar do fim e, portanto, queria mais uma vez agradecer a vossa participação. De facto, vimos aqui exemplos de alianças de universidades europeias que têm a participação das instituições de ensino superior portuguesas, focadas em promover a sustentabilidade, a economia circular, os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. De facto, vimos aqui que os desafios são enormes, já foram até com esta crise pandémica, com a forma como se organizaram estas alianças. Os desafios também no futuro serão ainda provavelmente maiores, mas sem dúvida julgo que estamos todos no bom caminho, no sentido de construir um ensino superior cada vez mais sólido, mais competitivo a nível internacional. Muito obrigada a todos e até breve.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to this session on research evaluation, old and new challenges. First of all, I would like to thank very much our speakers today. We have two fantastic speakers, Bert Overlate and Dagmar Meyer. And I really would like to reinforce my acknowledgement. There has been a number of small technical problems, and thank you very much for your tolerance and for being here with us today. I now pass the word to my colleague Karin Wall, who's going to moderate this session. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Council of Associate Laboratories, I would like to welcome you to this afternoon's session on research evaluation, old and new challenges. To open this session, just two very brief comments on the main motives which led the Associate Laboratory Council to organize this session on research evaluation. What, in our opinion, is at stake? Why do we, as researchers and as research labs, why do we need to promote debate, creative thinking and mutual learning on this issue? Well, first, as we are all aware, there is an intense ongoing debate at European level, both top-down and bottom-up, on the need to reform the research assessment system, on the need to consider and come together on a new assessment process. As a result, over the last 3 or 4 years, we have witnessed the emergence of multiple position statements, recommendations, reports on how to advance evaluation principles, case studies, interesting case studies, reporting on new practices in different countries and scientific fields. Some of these are very well known to you. For example, just to mention a few, Science Europe's 2020 position statement on research assessment processes, the position paper by Leroux, the League of European Research Universities, on the assessment of researchers in 2022, the very interesting case report study by Dora Spark and EUA, the European University Association, Reimagining Academic Career Assessment, which tells us some short stories of innovation and change in assessment practices. And I should also mention the European Commission's recent scoping report called Towards a Reform of the Research Assessment System. This was a report presented by DG Research and Innovation in November 2021, and which involved a wide consultation of stakeholders. As you may know, it proposes a way forward in the form of a European agreement to be signed by funding organizations, research organizations, and national authorities and agencies. What is its main focus? Well, very briefly, to cite the executive summary, it says, the aim for research and researchers to be evaluated based on their intrinsic merits and performance, rather than on the number of publications and where these are published, promoting qualitative judgment with peer review supported by a more responsible use of quantitative indicators. My second comment is that it is important to open up this debate within the Portuguese science community, within the labs, within the universities, so that we understand the main challenges, understand also where we stand, and to what extent we are ready to innovate and change. So what are the main challenges under discussion? Reading through these statements and recommendations, it is obvious that we're talking about both old and new challenges. For example, the challenge of quantitative versus qualitative judgment is an old one, as you well know. The problem of moving beyond the counting of publications and journal impact factors goes back a long way. The San Francisco Declaration was published nearly a decade ago, and many funding and research institutions, and some of ours as well, have adopted new practices, self-evaluation reports, CV narratives, case studies of impact, etc. There have been countless efforts to establish a more healthy balance between quantitative and qualitative assessment practices. What seems new, however, is the drive
to collect and disseminate all these alternatives in order to promote more widespread change and to promote more alignment on these issues. And also to promote more creative bottom-up thinking on these alternatives, to monitor them, to diversify them, to create new options. If this is the case, then Portuguese research institutions and agencies might also join efforts to create and disseminate new practices. Another new challenge, which is identified in this debate, is the need to provide more diversity and inclusiveness in research assessment. In other words, to have a more holistic approach to scientific performance and activities by taking into account not only the quality and impact of research results and publications, but also by broadening out assessment to include other dimensions of performance and activities, such as team spirit, leadership skills, competences related to public engagement, open science practices, skills related to managing and preserving data sets, managing infrastructures, just to mention a few of the more relevant dimensions. And of course, all this implies new ways of thinking about what is excellent and top quality science, since scientific practices are also undergoing change due to new trends and tendencies: open science, digitalization, multidisciplinarity, globalization, etc. Well, I don't have time to mention other challenges which are now on the table and will probably be mentioned by the keynote speakers, but we all know, for example, that the strain which is put on reviewers and assessment panels, and how to deal with this is an important challenge. And we also know that we have to strengthen the principles of integrity and transparency. Last comment to conclude. The Council's main aim in today's workshop is to begin by listening to speakers, organisations at European level who have been discussing, raising awareness and seeking to promote or implement new practices. Additionally, we would also like to start discussing these issues and how they are being dealt with inside Portuguese universities and research institutions, and we hope in this way to open up the pathway for debate and improvement. Finally, I would also like to greet and give special thanks to our invited speakers, Bert Overlat, Dagmar Maia, Pedro Camanho, and Helena Pereira. Our first invited speaker is Bert Overlat. Thank you, Bert. I hope you are listening to us, for being with us today. Bert Overlat is Emeritus Professor and former Director of Human Resources of the Catholic University of Leuven, Department of Business and Economics. Bert has been closely involved in human resources development in higher education systems and strongly involved in the work of LERU, the League of European Research Universities. And currently, he's chair of an important policy group at LERU, the Careers of Researchers and Human Resources Policy Group. And his talk will be on a pathway towards multidimensional academic research careers. Our second keynote speaker, maybe we can hear Bert, and then I will present Dagmar and the other keynote speakers. So thank you very much, and I will pass the floor to Bert.
Thank you very much, Karen. There is a slight delay in the audio and the video in my respect, so I'll try. I hope this doesn't bother too much for you. Thank you very much for inviting me in this gathering, and I'm very happy that I can share some of that LERU experience with you that might be inspiring, might be help you in your reform of research assessment. I was very interesting to hear that the careers work group or policy group of LERU is an important one because it was not considered to be important when I started with this group 15 years ago. But in the meantime, I think we understand that we are not only producing papers and patents, but also people, and the education and the spread of the research capabilities of people in all aspects of society is a very important academic endeavor, an academic duty, and an academic service to society. So I think this is true. It is very important. This subject is too important just to leave it over to external commercial players. And so let me give you a short oversight of what is happening inside of LERU and what kind of framework we have developed in LERU on the assessment of researchers. So the paper you referred to, I will just give a summary, and maybe there is some room for discussion or for questions, and I will give you some more comments while presenting the main lines of this paper. Can I have the next slide, please? So the topic of assessment of researchers is, of course, a very important one if you're thinking about careers of researchers. And while we were discussing this, there were a couple of things that we felt were very important. The first one is that the assessment of researchers is something that is a core activity of research. It's a core activity of science. And if you go back to the history of science, it is the emancipation of scientific bodies from government and from religion, was that they had their own system of assessing what was quality, of what kind of research was considered to be qualitative and which was not. So I think the assessment is something that we should take back in a way, in the sense that we as universities should not leave this to commercial players who flood us with all kinds of types of data, and that we have to make the judgment for ourselves better and more than we do maybe today. The second concern we had, or a second goal, was that I must say we were a little bit tired of all the complaints about how things were going wrong, and we wanted to see what could the future look like. And I think it's very important not just to say what we don't want, but also what we do want. And so we started with exchanging all the novelties and innovations that were, and all the experiments that were taking place in LERU universities. And that was a big starting point for discussing how things could evolve even further in the future. And this is what I would like to share with you. The basic tenet, and I think this is something which is playing already for a long time in most universities and research organizations, is to be able to do justice to the wide range of profiles that we need today. Science is not individual anymore. It's not a single professor, the lonely professor who is in his ivory tower and maybe with a couple of assistants around him. No, this is more and more teamwork, is more and more happening in collaborative settings. And so what we need is people who can collaborate to this whole, and this is what the introduction also said. We have to take a more holistic approach to that and not just look at one indicator, which is of course much too narrow to capture this diversity of contributions. Next slide, please. So the paper develops three perspectives. I think the first is relatively traditional, in the sense that the multidimensional perspective is something that was already there before we had metrics. This is the advantage of my age. I started my PhD almost 40 years ago, and more than 40 years ago. So it is, in that time there were no metrics, so it was very simple. If you had to judge someone, then you had to read what he was writing. This multidimensional perspective is something that is already well developed within the universities, although of course there's always progress to be made. But I think the developmental and the contextual perspective are more novel and are more innovative, and I think we have to look at them more in detail within a couple of minutes. Yes, you may give the next slide, please. So in the most, if we're looking at the career frameworks, which are sometimes very detailed and elaborated, and in some other universities they're more broadly defined, we always find actually two major duties or two major criteria, two major domains in which academics are evaluated, which is research and education. And there's always a third one, and that's something else is defined very differently in different universities, but basically it comes to two types of service, I would say. One is service to the institution itself, as many, let's say, many jobs and functions within universities are dealt with by professors. Just a good example being having been the HR director for a while. And of course also the public engagement, which now sometimes would be called public impact or impact to society. It's a direct link and direct service to society as such. I would just go briefly over that, because the only thing I want to show is that this is already much more complex and much more wide and much more multidimensional than looking just at publications and certainly top publications. So the next slide gives an overview of a number of criteria that are used within Leary frameworks in terms of research. Can we have the next one, please? Okay. And you can say the top one is the contribution to the subject area, and publications is only one way of having a scientific impact and influence. It's not just publication itself, it's whether that you really have a word in the progress and in the continuum progress and advancement of your scientific field. What that exactly means may be very different from one field to the other. It's very different and very field specific, I would say. But there are other criteria like the recognition in the scientific community, which may come from prizes or from specific positions that may have in scientific communities. There is, of course, also the record in funding, whether that you are able to obtain research funding yourself. There's the collaborations, there is the aspect of interdisciplinarity, which has become much more important today, as we have seen in the COVID pandemic recently. But there's also research strategy. This is one of my favorites. I think what we need is not just people doing research, but build research lines, build research programs, because it's through research programs that are built on longer term that science really progresses and that fields do really progress. And then, of course, there's another one which is extremely important, is the advancement and enablement of junior researchers, because we just don't produce only patents and papers, as I just said, but the output in terms of young people that have been trained as researchers after their PhD, going back to society in different communities in a different context, have this scientific view and this research-like skills of the researcher skills that they bring in their jobs in industry or in government or in education. Next, please. So we see already that research is not just publications, on the contrary, and the same happens with education. Excellent education, good teaching scores or assessment of student performance is very good, but also development of learning tools and reflection on your practices and the curriculum development is a standard one. One that is less present at this time, but I think is becoming more and more important, is also to recognize the educational engagement outside the university. It may be in lifelong learning, or it may be in situations in which that professional bodies are supported in the educational, permanent education of specific professions like doctors or lawyers or whatever. And so these outdoor, let's say, the non-basic educational tasks become more and more important in several area universities, and I would think they will continue to become more important in the future. Next, please. Well, for the next slide, I would refer to the title of the symposium, which says all the new challenges, because these are a number of old topics that were already there when I was first applying for a professorship in Leuven. That is, that these are a number of services to society which are recognized already to some respect in many of our universities. Of course, in the medical sector, it is patient care in university hospitals, which is very important. We have the industry collaboration technology transfer activities, could be collaboration, could be creation of spin-offs or patent acquisition. But also advice and to government and to public policy, and is not that important. Scientific communication, public impact, which I think also has proven its importance in the recent pandemic. The engagement in professional bodies for professional practice, and also North-South development programs, which are always seen as an important element of the service to society at large from Leary universities. And this, I think, are traditional forms of public engagement, and I think there are new now in terms of open science. We have citizen science, for instance, but I think this already covers a number of activities. The point is, are they sufficiently rewarded and recognized in the assessment process that we have so far? So these three simple lists of topics or of criteria, you might say, already indicate that in order to have a just and fair assessment, that we have to take into account of all these different activities, all these different engagements that researchers may have within our institutions, And then I didn't mention yet the institutional service, like being a dean or a department chair or having other tasks within the university context. Can we have the next slide? But beyond this multidimensional perspective, I think it's very important. We believe that the developmental perspective is much more important. And this is something which is only very informally present in the schemes or in the career framework that we have so far. That is that there are a number of topics that are mentioned here. There's leadership, which is something that we like to talk about. There's also collaboration. As I said, you have to manage collaborations. If you have large intersectoral or interdisciplinary collaboration, someone has to have the skills and also devote time to make sure that these collaboration work. They don't work for themselves, so you have to do so. Also, the aspect of innovation is very important, as people have to try new things and learn from the mistakes, and therefore make sure other people also can help them and be helped to find new ways in answering the issues that we are focusing on. So this development perspective basically says that people will not only grow in terms of content and their technical skill as a researcher, but also in their personal responsibilities and their personal skills, their interpersonal skills, that we have to acknowledge these also somewhere better in our perspective. It's not something like if you have enough sufficient publication score, then it is a bonus to have these things. I think these elements, this personal development, is something that in the future will become more and more important and central to assessing researchers, because they will become the major driver for innovation, a major driver for collaboration, and make sure that we maintain our leadership, intellectual leadership. Next slide, please. And the third perspective is one that we also elaborate a little bit more in detail, is that the contextual perspective, and this is a very traditional discussion about performance assessment in general. It's not restricted to universities, it's also somewhere else, is how do you take into account the context in which this performance was made, right? And we know that excluding the context factors would lead to a systematic bias. But let's just take a very simple example. If you are a young researcher post PhD, 5 years beyond your PhD, and you finally get settled in a context of a large international lab with 25 professors and with equipment, world level equipment, or you are a researcher in the same field with the same background, and you are put into an university where they say, here's a budget and I'll make sure that we get something in this field. This is totally different. I mean, how can you compare these two performances without taking into account a complete different context? It's in the first, the challenges in both cases are severe, because in the first case, it's not just that you can serve around with the others who have already established themselves. You also have to find your own niche within that whole, within a larger institution. But in the other case, you have to be pioneering and finding out what works and what doesn't work in a way which is very different from the first case. So we believe that it's not just the personal context of the researcher, but also the scientific context and the institutional context of the researcher that should be taken into account in the assessment, which normally is not the case in the assessment of researcher. Next, please. Now, I think one of the reasons why the Larry paper was well received is that what we try to do is not just say this is what we need. We have now a very simple and a little bit, let's say, narrow-minded way of measuring performance, which is not a good way. So let's try something else. But of course, this is not so easy. And there are a lot of issues that were actually solved by using metrics. And these issues will come back if you quit metrics and try to be more qualitative and have a more inclusive way of assessing the contributions of your researchers. And one of the issues is that you can't be good in everything. Right? I can tell you that my application form without the references without the publication list was 50 pages. Nobody wants to read 50 pages of CV, so there is a huge gap between the fact that you can say, oh, well, I did also that, and I did that, and you can't be good at all these topics. I mean, you have to choose your own niche and make sure that you can show what your strengths are, but there will be different profiles, okay? Comparing different profiles is not easy. If you have one measure stick, maybe it's not relevant, but at least you have a simple measure stick to compare different cases and different people. And in many cases, there is a sort of scarcity. There's only one position, or there's only one promotion, or a couple of promotions available. So we have to do a ranking of people and which kind of profile are you going to put on the highest level. So what kind of choices do you need to make? It's not so easy. It would be easier if you just could be able to measure everything, but I don't think that will work. And also the multidimensionality makes comparison between different profiles very difficult. So I think this will certainly take more time and more effort from the panels, and and it will also require a lot of communication to make sure that people don't expect them to do everything. Because that's one of the dangers, I think, especially for early career researchers, that they start to see all these criteria and say, oh, should I be good in everything? And they try to do everything at the same time, which is, of course, not a good idea. Another issue is that the developmental context is not easy to measure. So how do you assess that? There are some experiments within later universities about measuring leadership, but how do you measure people's capabilities and skill in terms of interpersonal collaboration? I think this is something that we further have to develop in order to have a sound basis for judgment and for taking this in when we are assessing our researchers. And there's a very fundamental question that has also been we posed a couple of times within LERU, and that is whether that this new way of assessment will have an impact on our international position, or whether it will weaken us. And this is one of the questions that is also discussed in the European reform, because if Europe would work differently in assessing its research performance than, for instance, the United States or Japan or China, it might lead to the fact that its performance is declining relatively to the other regions in the world. Next slide, please. Well, there are also in the paper, but I'm not going to go in detail, a number of examples from LERU and all kinds of experiments, and some of the examples and experiments are already many years from now. I have been ongoing for many years. So training panel members get to narrative forms of CVs, collect data on collaboration, review the diversity of contributions in your framework. These are things that are happening. So there are more examples. I won't go into detail here, and I would like to go to the final slide. Next, please. So the idea was that this would be an inspiring wake-up call in the sense that there are still a lot of things to do if we want to continue in this line of thinking, and if we want to improve and enhance the more inclusive form of assessment of researchers, but also at the same time inspiring. It helps. Hopefully, it helps you and all institutions, not only LERU institutions, to be inspired about what the options are, what possibilities are, and what possible solutions are for what you want to do. But of course, it is not simple, so I like it's a standard line in any presentation I do now. It is the new assessment process will be complex, delicate, and messy. You don't expect it to be simple. Don't expect it to be one size fits all. We have to think about all the contexts, all the differences in fields, the differences in types of contributions. So it will be messy. It will be delicate in the sense that it will be prone to bias and to all kind of power games. So we have to make sure there's enough, there's enough attention to these aspects of the assessment process, and there should be more time invested in the assessment process than it is today. And the third general question or conclusion that I would like to share with you is that what we need is coherence in the ecosystem. So I'm very happy Larry is very happy that in the process of the European Commission, not only universities are there, but also funders like ERC, but also national funders like Science Europe, and also national assessment bodies, just like ACRS in France. So I think this is very important that these are there. Unfortunately, the member states are not yet on board, so we're looking how is that going to evolve, but I think it's very important that there is some alignment in all these initiatives so that those who lead are able to lead in the new way of assessing research, but without having secondary consequences by other players in the field, in the ecosystem, because they still adhere to the old style criteria. So this is something that we need to tackle as a whole, and this is a thing that we try to contribute in the European reform of assessment of research. So thank you very much, and I'm not sure if there is possibility for questions or discussion. I'm just looking at the moderator.
Thank you so much, Bert, for setting out with great clarity all these issues, the perspectives and criteria, and also the problems which we may face by trying to reform the system. Would you stay with us, because we will move on to the next two keynote speakers, and then we will have some time for debate at the end of the three keynotes. Okay, can you stay with us?
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So our next keynote speaker will be Dagmar Meyer. Meyer, are you with us? Dagmar?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Dagmar, for being with us today. I would just like to say very briefly, Dagmar Meyer is a mathematician, but she has long been involved in European science policies, in particular in issues related to scientific careers and mobility of researchers, gender and work-life balance. She is currently a policy advisor at the European Research Council Executive Agency. And Dagmar will be talking to us about ERC's implementation and the principles set out by DORA, the San Francisco Declaration. And so her talk will be on ERC and DORA principles, commitment and implementation. You have the floor, Dagmar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I suppose somebody is preparing the slides. Yes, thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. And I will give you a quick run through how the ERC is, has committed and continues to commit to the DORA principles and is implementing them, and how this all fits into the broader framework of research assessment. So a few words about myself. As Karen already introduced me, I work at the ERC Executive Agency, which is the European Commission's agency to implement the ERC program, which, as you know, is part of Horizon Europe, or the Research Framework Program more generally. And I work in the unit Support to the Scientific Council. So I work directly with the researchers who are actually in charge of establishing the strategy, the scientific strategy of the ERC program. Next slide, please. I don't think I need to say very much about what the ERC is. You are all very much familiar with what the ERC program is all about. Maybe just a very few key features. Of course, we're talking about long-term grants to researchers. So on average, 5 years, not these general, more short-term kinds of support, but really substantial funding for long-term grants to develop a substantial project. Open to researchers of any age, any nationality, from anywhere in the world. The only condition is that the research has to be carried out to the largest extent within Europe, so based at a European institution. And very important for our discussion here is that scientific excellence is the sole evaluation criterion, and I will say more about what that actually means in practice. Contrary to some other parts of the research framework research program that are also implemented by agencies is that we have a scientific council, which, as I already mentioned, is in charge of establishing the scientific strategy. And that includes everything related to the approach to the evaluations. Well, we only have one criterion, but then the actual items that are looked at during the evaluation, all that is in the hands of the Scientific Council. And the Scientific Council is supported by the agency, as already mentioned. One very important aspect is scientific freedom, is really a key principle of ERC funding. So the support goes to individual scientists. Legally, it goes through the institution, but at the end, it's really a support to the scientists individually. We're not supporting consortia or that kind of funding that is more common in the rest of the framework program, but it's all individual based. It's completely bottom up. Essentially, the sky is the limit. There are no predetermined subjects. We are open to proposals from all fields of science and humanities, with a very small exclusion for nuclear research that would fall under the Euratom program. Very important selection of proposals is on the basis of international peer review. There are no political factors that play into the selection of grants. And in the context of scientific freedom, also very important is the portability of grants. So researchers who feel that the host institution that they have chosen doesn't give them really the freedom to develop their ideas as they would like, have the possibility to move the grant to a new institution. Next slide, please. So while I'm sure everybody in the room knows very well how the ERC works, maybe when it comes to DORA, of course, DORA has been around for a long time, but then quite often you talk to people and they say, yes, of course, DORA, I've heard about it, but I'm not quite sure what does it actually mean, what does it stand for? So it's actually a set of recommendations addressed to a broad variety of stakeholders. So it addresses funders, like the ERC, for example, research institutions like universities, but also publishers, metrics providers, and very importantly, researchers themselves. Researchers are involved in the ecosystem in many, many different ways. On the one hand, of course, there's the individuals who carry out a research project, but researchers are involved in everything else as well. They are panel members for funders. They are in hiring committees in institutions. They work as editors and peer reviewers for publishers. They are really omnipresent in the system, and that's why it's very, very important to understand that DORA, more than anything else, really addresses the researchers, because they are the ones who ultimately take the decisions. So DORA was not developed by researchers, but by a group of editors and publishers at a certain meeting, 2012 in San Francisco. That's where the name comes from, which is actually interesting in itself. Because maybe 10 years ago, researchers were not so outspoken and well, hadn't really found their voice yet to say there's something wrong with the way outputs of scientific research is evaluated in the different contexts, be it for funding applications, be it in the institutions. So it's kind of interesting that the DORA principles were actually developed by a different stakeholder group. But be that as it may, the headline principle, as everybody knows, is, to summarize it very quickly, don't use the journal impact factor. So that's basically old news. What exactly does it mean? I've put here the headline principle. I've spelled it out. It means basically you should not use it as a surrogate measure for the quality of individual research articles, individual researchers, etc. It's in that sense that the principle says do not use the journal impact factor. In practice, it has often been interpreted as a complete ban of the impact factor, but of course, at the end of the day, we're all interested in the responsible use of metrics, and applying the journal impact factor use it to say one researcher is better than another because he or she has published in journals with a higher journal impact factor is not responsible. But it's the idea in principle was not an outright ban in each and every possible situation. Next slide, please. So there are two recommendations addressed to funders, and they are almost the same for research institutions with the obvious changes. So the first one is all about transparency. And this is something I think Karen also mentioned it in her introductory words, that it's very, very important to be clear about what your criteria are, what do you expect as a funder, what do you expect from your applicants. If the instructions are not clear as to what people should put into their application, then it's not fair to them if you afterwards evaluate them on something else. Part of that first principle recommendation to funders is, to put it in simple words, the content is more important than the packaging. In other words, funders should be very clear, especially when addressing early career researchers who may not yet have the experience of more senior colleagues, that it's very, very important that the content of a paper is scientifically well-founded, that the methods are rigorous, that basically that it's a scientifically excellent paper, even if it has not been published in a journal that is within a certain whitelist or whatever in different parts of Europe and more generally people come up with. So that's really the key message. The content is what is important and not whatever journal or venue this has been published at. And of course, this principle has been formulated in the world of research, in the world of journals, but you could apply exactly the same for other types of publications, be they conference proceedings or be they books. Of course, in many scientific disciplines, books are much more important than journals, so of course the same principle applies there as well. And the second principle addressed to funders is about valuing all kinds of research outputs going beyond, and that means way beyond just research publications. So the principle itself only lists data sets and software, but that is already quite restrictive. And again, this was formulated about a decade ago. Of course, nowadays we know that, well, probably people knew it at the time as well, but now it's clear that other kinds of outputs, be it algorithms, be it policy papers, be it prototypes, can be and are just about as important as publications. It's not all about publications. As was also already mentioned, the kind of impact that these outputs have can also be multiple. They can be scientific impact, really moving forward the frontier of science, and that's what the ERC is primarily interested in. But depending on the kind of funding scheme you're talking about, other types of impact will, of course, just be as important. For example, influence on policy and practice, as mentioned here. Next slide, please. So how has the ERC been dealing with this? I would like to give you a quick run through the timeline, and I'll be very short. So, of course, 2012, the principles were developed, and 2013 published. And at that time, the ERC board actually already discussed them and thought about what are we going to do about this? Can we endorse these principles? Are they meaningful for the ERC? Do we actually comply with them? Are we actually aligned with them? And at the time, there was a little bit of hesitance because the board at the time wanted to be careful about not making a statement before really having discussed them in depth and really checked whether the ERC's own operations are in line with them. However, already at the time, about half of the council, including the president at the time, Helga Novotny, endorsed the DORA principles in a personal capacity, and in several cases, even including their affiliation with the ERC. So if you go to the website, you can see Helga Novotny signed in her function as president of the ERC, already back in 2012. The discussion continued somehow in the background. It was always in the back of people's minds. In general, it became a little bit quiet around DORA until at the 5th anniversary, there was a bit of a revival, and it moved back into the media, social media in particular. And that's also when the discussion picked up again more intensely at the ERC, and the Open Science Working Group of the Scientific Council looked very closely into the topic and said, we should really make sure, check, validate whether our procedures and ways of doing things, whether we are aligned, and if not, what we can do to become better aligned to these principles, and then, of course, also to make a public statement about this. So there was a detailed scrutiny of all the documents concerned, from the work program, information for applicants, peer review guide, panel briefings, etc., to see whether there was anything where there was a significant discrepancy. And we were very happy to see that really there wasn't any big problem. Of course, there's always room for improvement, and you can always tweak things in a little bit. But broadly, the ERC's approach was already very much in line with the DORA principles. So in late 2020, the Scientific Council then decided to actually endorse DORA by officially signing it. And it was then discussed whether this should be made public straight away. And the decision was to wait until the publication of the next work program, because in that work program text, several improvements had been made in the part relating to the PI's track record, because that was the ERC's response to those few areas where it had been discovered that things could be improved and further aligned to the DORA principles. And you must know that the gestation period of the work program is almost as long as for human beings. So the discussions start around October, then intensify in the meeting in December. And in the spring, then the work program is adopted by the Scientific Council and then finally published before the summer. So it made sense to wait until all these changes had been made in the document, in the key document, the work program, but also in some downstream guidance documents with the public announcement of the endorsement. Next slide, please. And before I say something about how this was then actually done, just to remind you that actually the ERC, as I already mentioned, was already very much aligned to the DORA principles. For example, in terms of avoiding bias in the evaluations, so unconscious bias training, well, training is maybe saying a little bit too much, but a certain small training module is included in the panel briefings. Gender issues are constantly addressed. The Scientific Council also has a working group on this. Different schemes, there are different schemes for different career stages, because it doesn't make sense to ask junior researchers to compete with more advanced researchers. That seems obvious, but still there are funders out there who throw everybody into the same pot. And the host institution is not evaluated. And that is actually very important, especially in the context of what was mentioned before. Some institutions have the means to provide the latest equipment, and some others have more modest resources. As long as the institution agrees to host the project and makes a commitment to host the project, the institution is then not evaluated in any further way. So that is an attempt to also address this kind of bias that might sneak in. Career breaks and unconventional research career paths are taken into account. And that is an evolving area. So career breaks, of course, everybody thinks of maternity leave and maybe mandatory military service. But of course, there are many ways why researchers may need to interrupt their research career or slow down for whatever purposes, for example, caring for family members with special needs, etc. And this is an area where there's a lot of discussion ongoing because new challenges are coming up for researchers in the current context of what is unfortunately going on in some parts of Europe, notably in Ukraine, where researchers have to flee their country because of the military aggression by Russia. These are things that are being discussed, how to support those researchers so that they are not disadvantaged because of these things that are happening. And finally, also the evaluations are monitored very closely in different ways from the side of the agency, but also from the side of the scientific council. So there are observers in the panel meetings from the council to make sure that really the evaluation process adheres with fundamental principles of DORA, but basically following best practice more generally. Next slide, please. So to tell you now what were the changes in the latest work program 2022. First of all, the journal impact factor was... Hello?
Sorry, Dagmar, it was just, do you think you could wrap up in a few minutes? Sorry, we don't have much time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I will be done in 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So the journal impact factor, it was made clear that this should not be mentioned anymore in the track record. It was clarified that beyond whatever is listed explicitly in the work program, applicants are free to include any scientific achievements that they deem relevant for their research project and their research area, because we fund research from all areas, and of course, whatever is relevant in one area may not be relevant in another. So it's up to researchers to decide what they want to put forward. And in that context, it's also very important, and this also ties in with what Bert said about the contextual dimension. PIs can provide a short narrative. We don't have a narrative CV, but specifically about the research track record, a short narrative can be included where the PI can explain why that specific achievement is actually important and what his or her contribution has been. And in that instance, then, of course, also specific contextual details can also be mentioned. And already before, there was a limit on the number of publications that could be included in the track record, because the question is about quality and not quantity. So all these changes ensured that things were even further aligned with the DORA recommendations. And if you move on to the next slide, just to say a few words about, as I already said, DORA is just one small part of the discussions that are ongoing. And the ERC is very much involved in many events, discussions, working groups, webinars, you name it, both our president, but also council members in national contexts. The ERC is represented in the core group of organizations that work on the drafting of the agreement on reforming research assessment that Karen also mentioned in her introduction. And there is a dedicated task force looking towards the future, how the ERC could potentially further improve the evaluation procedures as we have them now. And that's all I have to say. On the next slide, I have included a few references if anybody wants to follow up on them later on. And if you go on one more, there are some links to other useful resources. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dagmar, because the ERC has really been a guide to our reform in evaluation, and all those that have participated in your research evaluations have always learnt a lot. So it'll be good to see how we can move still further with your help. And please stay with us for the questions in about 15 minutes. So now I'll give the floor to Pedro Camanho. Pedro Camanho is also a member of the Council of Associate Laboratories Executive Board. Pedro is a professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering of the University of Porto. And he is currently president of LAETA, Associate Laboratory in Energy, Transportation and Aeronautics, and vice president of INEGI, Institute for Science and Innovation in Engineering. And his talk will be on evaluation in Portuguese universities. You have the floor, Pedro. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking the Council of Associate Laboratories and the organization for the invitation to give this talk. And let me start with some motivation. So this is a report that was coordinated by an alumni of the University of Porto, Commissioner Elisa Ferreira, entitled Cohesion in Europe Towards 2050. And you can see in this picture the category of regions in terms of GDP that defines the less developed regions of Europe. And you can see that in Portugal we are mainly in red, except the Lisbon region and the Algarve, and we also see the same scenario in the west of Europe. So this should cause some concern, but I think that the next picture should cause even more concern, because then you can see the growth of the GDP per head in different regions, and you can see that the west of Europe is growing and Portugal is not growing as it should. So, and of course, the idea of this talk is not to discuss the root causes or the things that we need to do to address this state of affairs, but I think we'll all agree that there's an urgent need to attract and retain talent to tackle this problem. And of course, this was mentioned in the report that was prepared by the Minister of Economy in terms of the usage of the Recovery Fund, and also it was elaborated in depth in Yuval Hariri's books as well. And this was something that some countries that have very significant natural resources also understand. For example, in Saudi Arabia, that currently has the most valuable company as of last week. So Aramco overtook Apple as the most valuable company. So in Saudi Arabia, they created the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. So you have this link that you can have additional information recently. With the focus, of course, in attracting the best scientists and in retaining the best scientists. So I had the opportunity to visit KAUST twice, and of course they have state-of-the-art buildings, state-of-the-art equipment, but these are things that money can buy. But what they actually did was to establish a very robust method to attract and to retain the top researchers. So you see that countries with strong natural resources, such as Saudi Arabia, realize that talent is the new oil, okay? So, and of course, to attract and retain talent, of course, the evaluation is a critical aspect. And when we talk about evaluation in Portuguese universities, we are mainly talking about evaluation of faculty and researchers, right, in two dimensions, in hiring and promoting processes, and also in the annual evaluation that we as faculty and researchers have to face on a yearly basis. So what I'll do next, in the next slide, is really to share some thoughts about some challenges that we are facing in the hiring and promotion process, then also in the annual evaluation, and then I'll move to some suggestions towards different sets of practices. So, starting with the challenges in hiring and promotion, of course, the first one, I think most of you are aware of this. So it's impossible to distinguish between hiring and promoting. And I believe that it's very difficult to manage an institution where you don't know if when you open a position, you're going to hire a new collaborator or you're going to promote. So it's very difficult to manage human resources. It's very difficult to manage a budget. So this is something that I believe it's a challenge that should be taken into account. So the other one is that we don't have a predictable career path for faculty and researchers. So here I've shown you the different positions at Imperial College London. So this is a place where I did my PhD. So you can see the different levels from lecturer all the way to professor. And the way that the process works at Imperial College is that on an yearly basis, so the faculty and researchers can apply for promotion, or the department can make proposals of faculty that they think that should be promoted. And then that process moves to another stage where there's an evaluation at the college level, and the faculty are fully aware of the criteria, and the criteria are education, research, leadership and management, profession and practice. And for each one of these criteria, you have the metrics in terms of activities, measures of recognition, and progression requirements for each one of these ones. So everything is public. It's actually in that link that I've included, so if you're interested, you can download. But there's a predictable career path, and the faculty researchers are fully aware of what they have to do in terms of being promoted. Now, the other problem that I see is that there's a lack of accountability and very few checks and balances in the hiring and promotion process. So whenever I hire or I promote someone, I should be accounted for, and I should be responsible for the development of that particular person. So I think that this is something that we should also try to address in the future. Now, the other problem that I see is that I believe that we use an archaic method for hiring and promotion based on public notices that, in my opinion, promotes inbreeding. And I'm not the one saying that. I think that you all know these headlines from Público in 2017, and we should think about what the press is writing about the inbreeding levels at Portuguese universities. And let me elaborate a little bit more on this method, because I think there are, let's say, at the very least, a lot of opportunities for improvement. So, since this is a meeting about science, I think I have to have at least one hypothesis, and my hypothesis is that the degree of scientific maturity of a given institution is inversely proportional to the degree of quantification used in the promotion/hiring processes. Now, to test my hypothesis, I'll give you two examples of two evaluation processes where I was involved. So the first one at the Portuguese university, so ranked over the number 550. And you can see that we have different criteria. For each criteria, we have different parameters. For each parameters, we have weights. And I mean, this is not aligned, in my opinion, with the best practices, with these narrative CVs. I think this is a strong constraint, very strong boundary conditions of the personal career of someone that applies for a position or for a promotion. And also that does not leave enough room for the evaluators to evaluate with some discretionary power as well, okay? Now, if you compare this with another evaluation exercise that I was involved, so in this case it was a position for a full professor in a university that is in the same ranking between number 1 and number 5, and basically here, what they ask is research record of high order, teaching, a record of effective teaching, good citizenship, a record of involvement in university and college administration, and demonstrable competence in such administration. So, and then I'm asked to comment and to write a well-fundamented report on the quality and international reputation of the research. So there's no H-index, there's no impact factor, there's no number of papers, there's no Excel, okay? So with that, I think it's fair to conclude that we often use excessive quantification, in my opinion, often of the wrong parameters, with little consideration of quality, okay? So then I believe that there's an insufficient control of potential conflicts of interests. For example, when I'm asked to revise a paper, if I have a joint publication or some collaboration with any of the authors, I cannot revise the paper, right? But I can be in a committee where my PhD students or former PhD students are applying, or where my collaborators are applying. So I think we have to take into account potential conflicts of interest. For example, ERC has a very good method to identify and to control conflicts of interest, and I think we should do the same. Then, on a more practical side, there's one requirement that is often used. I know that this is not the case for all universities, but for some universities it is the case, that the applicants are asked to have the PhD degree certified at the application stage. So imagine that you have someone that is in Stanford, in Palo Alto, that wants to apply to a position, an assistant professor in Portugal, and he or she needs to certificate the degree at the application stage, not when the position is offered. So I think this limits really the possibility to attract international candidates. Another thing that we should think is the requirement of habilitation for the position of full professor. So if you have a Nobel Prize applying for a Portuguese university, he or she cannot get a position of full professor because it needs to have the habilitation. So something to think as well. Another aspect that I think is critical is that the candidates often are not interviewed. So we are hiring people for positions of assistant professors with all the responsibility that is at stake with this position, and we just base our evaluation on reading one CV. I think this is clearly insufficient. Now, in terms of the annual personal evaluation, the other evaluation that faculty and researchers have to face, so again, I think it's excessively quantitative. So number of papers, number of co-authors, number of projects, number of courses, number of students, with insufficient consideration of the quality of the activity. So for example, if I fail 95% of my students, or if I'm a lousy professor, it doesn't matter. What it counts is number of courses, number of students. And then again, it's based also on impact factor, and it was said before in the previous presentation, and I'd like to repeat this, that impact factor of a journal must not be a surrogate for the scientific relevance of a paper. And I'd like to show you an interesting example of exactly this situation, showing a paper entitled The Rational Analytical Theory of Fatigue, written by Paul Parry. So I work on fracture mechanics of polymer composite materials, so I'm very aware with the impact of this paper. So this paper resulted in what it's called nowadays the Parry's Law, and this paper was published in the early 60s, and the paper was not accepted in the main journals of the time. So it was published in a very obscure journal entitled The Trend in Engineering. Now, this paper was really disruptive. It had a huge impact on society, and we wouldn't have nice aircraft or safe nuclear power plants or nice bridges in Portugal or fast trains without the science that was published in that paper. So you see, in a journal with no impact factor, a scientific work that had a huge implication in society, and if all parties were to be evaluated based on the impact factor of this journal, you'd be still today an assistant professor, I guess. So this is something that we need to take into account. Then the process of annual personal evaluation can be conducted without any interviews, definition of objectives, no follow-up, and then same criteria for different stages in the academic career. So I think this is probably one of the most important points, because I believe that, as full professor, I have to be evaluated with criteria such as, for example, the way that I promote the scientific development of the other researchers. And we cannot have the same criteria for full professors and assistant professors. So we cannot be in a situation where one size fits all. Then the other problem that I see, and again, this is published in Publico back in 2019, is that we see high percentage of top marks, okay? So this is data from Publico. And I think that if you have 80% of faculty that are evaluated as excellent, that, in my opinion, puts at stake the credibility of the evaluation process. And I think it's a fair question to ask then where are the RC grants, the international scientific prizes, the memberships of editorial boards of scientific journals, and so forth, okay? Finally, the effort is of little or no consequence. So if I'm evaluated as an excellent, I expect a pay rise, right? So, but I can probably see something in the long term, but I would say that the whole effort has little consequence, at least in the short term. Okay, so these are the challenges, but of course we have to come out with some suggestions to tackle these challenges. And I think this is not working. Okay, it's working now. So, in terms of suggestions to tackle these difficulties, so I've divided suggestions in 3 levels. So, level 1 are the suggestions or urgent actions that can be implemented in the short term. So, you can implement this tomorrow. So, the universities in Portugal can do this tomorrow if they want to do that. So, the first one is to invite top independent international scientists to the evaluation committees. So I think that it's an axiom that you all agree that excellence breeds excellence and mediocrity promotes mediocrity. So we should have international, as much as possible, international scientists in the evaluation committees. So the other point is that we must ensure coherence between admission requirements and composition of the evaluation committee. So I've been confronted with situations where, for a promotion, the candidates must have an H-index of 25 or I don't know how many papers and these projects. And then when I look at the evaluation committee, they don't fulfill this requirement. That puts at stake the credibility of the whole evaluation process. So the other point is that I believe that the use of external reviewers should be mandatory, and that the candidate should submit up to 5 papers for review with a clear description of the contribution to the paper and a summary of its importance of its originality. No more than 5. And then these 5 papers are sent to top external reviewers that then will comment. And for example, coming back to Imperial College, the regulations in Imperial College state that one external reviewer must be a fellow of the Royal Society or a fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society or equivalent, just to ensure the quality of the reviews. Again, we have to avoid possible conflict of interest. We have to look at co-authorships in recent years, being advisor of the candidates and so forth. I think this is something that we should do also in the short term. And I believe that we should have a mandatory interview, a lecture, and a research seminar. Okay, so this is something that we can implement in the short term. So finally, I think we should minimize the bureaucratic burden of the candidates and promote international applications. So level 2, so urgent reforms that require a strong political commitment. So I'd say that this is for the long term. So the first one is I believe that we have to have more slack, higher autonomy of the universities in the hiring and promotion processes. We have to establish a timetable for promotions based on merit, not of opening of a few positions, and we don't need to invent anything new. So we can have a department committee or individual applications, extensive use of external, national, international, independent referees. The applications should be fully discussed at the school committee with the dean and final disposition by the rector. Replace the current method of annual personal evaluation by a personal review and development plan that should include a meeting with the head of department, identification of objectives, difficulties, and corrective actions, subject to timelines if required. And the annual review must have consequences in terms of salary and awards and so forth. So the final thing that I've called wishful thinking, or maybe not, is really something that I'd like to discuss, and this picture that I've created is based on a fascinating book written by Frédéric Laloux. The title is Reinventing Organizations, and in his research, Frédéric Laloux demonstrated that 3/4 of the employees are completely disengaged from their work and organizations. And this is transversal. It's not only universities, it's hospitals, it's industries. People are tired of politics, silos, bureaucracy, competition, lack of purpose. Now, and if you look at the way that the organizations were run throughout different levels of human development, so starting with the tribal organization of society, where everything was based on a boss that ruled based on fear, so just one person setting the rules and everybody following, then to traditional, where you have a hierarchy, very much as the military system, then more recently scientific and industrial, where innovation is important and you have to have some sort of meritocracy, or more recently in the postmodern or information age, so the values and the empowerment. But still, with all this evolution, we still face this problem. And my final message is that I think that we as academia, we need to be at the forefront in terms of thinking the new ways that our organizations are managed to tackle these problems. And I can say that there's some pilot projects in one Belgium university where they're really trying to manage differently. For example, there's one pilot project in one department of engineering where really they're trying to promote collaborations rather than competition between colleagues. So, and this is something that we really should try to address and to show the light and the way forward. And with that, I'd like to conclude my talk and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Pedro. I think you're really proposing an in-depth reform of evaluation in Portuguese universities, so this is a very good beginning. Pedro, would you like to come here? We have 10 minutes for a round of questions. I had hoped we'd have more time. So, yeah, Teresa, and I'll take 2 or 3 questions at the same time. Somebody else? Yeah, Claudio? Yeah, sorry, Pedro, yeah. Okay, Teresa.
Yes. Well, for one quick comment, I've been evaluating research in France for 10 years. And one thing that struck me in the beginning, and now I accept it totally, and I think it would be interesting, is besides the metrics that are usually used, they really assess by the way the researcher presents what he's willing to do and the narrative he does. They discuss if it's fit for the team or not and stuff like that. So it enters the psychological issue that represents the profile we want, either leadership or just teamwork or whatever. Which leads me to the question, who evaluates the evaluators? Okay, so we are talking about evaluation of people that are generally young and good. Sometimes they publish a lot, but they are selfish and very egocentric. Other times they are very cooperative and they create groups. Either way, maybe we want the selfish one, maybe we want the other one. But who are really these evaluators?
Thank you. Important question. Yeah. Claudio?
I don't really have a question, but it could be formulated as a question. I participated in the evaluation of the FCT in 2007. I coordinated a 382 units evaluation, and I learned lots of things. And then I worked with Karen in designing a guideline for evaluation. And now I'm in an institution of research. And institutions of research, I think we have to be a bit careful, because everything was said here is correct. But we have to be absolutely sure of one thing, is that the enter of any of this ecosystem is research. And research, to be evaluated, to carry out correct evaluation for research, there are no metrics. There is no way to do it in the sense of it has to be an individually personal thing. There are people who are completely wonderful colleagues and wonderful scientists, but there are people who are despicable colleagues and geniuses. And the point is that if you want to have the best, in any institution, being that university or being that a research institution, purely research, it's research at the center. All the other issues to do with public engagement, transfer of technology, impact in society, there are things that some people do very well, but other people don't. So that's what I said, it's not a question, but it's, what I would say is, what I'm learning at the moment by running a large institution is that assessment is an individual event. The real problem that we have to deal with is another one, which is how do we, in terms of time, renovate our researchers within the institution? That is the real question. How do we bring people in, knowing that we have a finite number of places? So some people have to go out. Some people, so can I accept, for example, hiring lots of researchers and half of them ending up doing communication in science? But they were not hired for doing communication in science. They were hired to do research. So there are certain issues here that are not simple to resolve. And they require a lot of courage. And if we don't want our institutions in the next 5 years or so to completely crystallize and fix all the places for the next 20 years, we have to be very careful how we do it. and it may end up being having to take very strong and very complicated decisions. But if you look at some of the greatest places that do science, they do not give tenure position to everyone. They don't. They just don't. So the question that I leave here is that how do we reconcile this really crucial issue, which is renovation, renovation of an institution in the context of evaluation of researchers.
Thank you, Claudio. Pietro? Ileana, would you like to join us? I'm sorry. Ileana, wouldn't you like to? No? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Pietro.
Thank you. Well, I have just a very simple question. I know that research evaluation is a very difficult topic, and we do take it very seriously in my university, University of Porto. But besides that, I want to make a precise question to Dagmar from ERC, which is having a change of hearts, how to evaluate the candidates. I want to know if there is some work done to make sure that this is being implemented. I mean, meaning, questioning the people that participate in the panels to know how much they are incorporating the new ways of evaluating the candidates. That's a very precise question.
Thank you, Pietro. Dagmar and Bert, are you listening to us?
Yes.
Dagmar, there was a question for you. Would you like to begin in relation to these questions? So who evaluates the evaluators, the question of renovation, and how do you monitor the implementation and whether reviewers are incorporating these principles?
Yes, maybe I will start with the last question. Can you switch off the microphone because there's such an echo? Okay, I think it's okay now. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, first about the last question about how do we make sure that whatever changes, improvements are programmed, let's say, at the level of the Scientific Council in our work programs and downstream documents and so on. How do we ensure that this is actually taken on board by the panels? Of course, we can only try to do our very best, but we have very competent panel chairs, and we are in very close interaction with the panel chairs, of course also with the panel members, but the interaction isn't as strong. And the panel chairs, for example, come together in Brussels, well, lately online, but normally they come to Brussels at the beginning of the evaluation cycle and in the end, the final panel chairs meeting. And for example, the last final panel chairs meeting was dedicated entirely to the topic of DORA and research assessment more broadly. And there were very good discussions about exactly this kind of question, how to make sure that all the good intentions are actually put into practice. So there is direct feedback from the panels and back again through this kind of mechanism. On the question of who evaluates the evaluators, of course, that's very difficult because how far do you go? Who evaluates the evaluators of the evaluators? But of course, as I mentioned, and I couldn't go into any detail, we have a multifaceted monitoring procedures. Our scientific officers are very well trained. They are present during the evaluation panel discussions, and when, if they notice that a discussion is going off the rails and one of the panel members, and it does happen from time to time, I mean, nobody's perfect, somebody actually makes a comment like, well, but that applicant is better because the journal impact factor this and that, or that one has published in Nature and Science and the other one hasn't, then the scientific officers actually do step in and in a very objective way and just explaining this has nothing to do in the panel discussions. Please abstain from making this kind of comments. And again, also our council members do assist to panel meetings as observers, report back to the full scientific council, and if and when there are any issues detected, then that is being followed up. So the process isn't perfect, but we do as we can to try to make sure that people stick to the rules in that sense, to the principles. And on the on the other point, I think I will leave it to Bert to comment on that, because it is really more about research institutions.
Thank you so much. Bert, would you like to comment on any of these questions?
Yes, thank you. I would first like to comment on the speech of Pedro when he was talking about all these issues like inbreeding and issues with potential conflicts of interest, etc., etc. I think many of the examples that you gave or the suggestions you made are implemented at most liberal universities already for a long time. I just give you one example from my university. We had an issue that there was often no international candidate, and so at some point in time we decided that if there was not a valuable candidate from outside the country, there would be no post assigned. So if you had someone from the inside, but you didn't have a valuable candidate from the outside, the inside person was not did not get the position. And this took 2 or 3 years, and then everybody understood and went to look for good international candidates that were competing with our internal candidates. So I think some of these relatively easy measures can be taken and will make a huge difference within a couple of years, because the whole culture will change, and I think these are extremely good suggestions. Now, regarding the question of the mix and on the renovation of the research base, I think there is, of course, most universities have an extremely high level of mix and renovation on terms before you get tenure. And sometimes it takes very long to get tenure in German countries. Most people are already at the end of their 40s or even their 50s before they get tenure. And there is a tendency to bring that closer to the beginning. But I think the issue is not tenure. I think the issue is, first of all, that the question that this gentleman was saying is that how do you get the right mix? Of course, it doesn't make any sense to have only people who are doing impact by science communication. So I think what we need is to make sure that if you hire a new professor, for instance, that this professor is complementary and sufficiently complementary to the team that's already there and has potential of contributing to this team. That means it's contextualized. It's not an absolute quality. And very often we have to make a very difficult choice between 2 or 3 candidates, which are all 3 excellent candidates, but with a very different profile. And we have to make a decision as an organization which profile we prefer at this point in time in this type of context of the laboratory what we are talking about. And so this is, I think, one thing. The second thing is that I would like to stress is, to my experience, and there has to be also a lot of research on that many professors, there are professors that do the same thing for their whole career, but that one of the advantages of professorship is that you can change your focus in your work during your career, and that things you were doing when you were 40 need not be the same when you're doing 50. And some people find out new qualities amongst themselves when they become older and they get the opportunity to, for instance, to taste with from being a chair or having other responsibilities. They find out they are good at that. And so I think that we should not think of people as something static. And therefore, also, I think the development of perspective is important to say that people will change over their careers. And we're in a lot of discussion in many European countries about the number of people working between 50 and 65, or between the 50 and the pension age. Well, I think we have a lot of opportunities within universities to give people new tasks that are corresponding to their responsibilities, but also to their skills that they have developed over their careers and their interests that might be changing. And I think that we can keep them productive until the last day that they work for us, and hopefully even after. Like I'm retired already 2 years, but I still continue to work for my university. So I think there are so many possibilities and people should not be looked at very statically. But I think the essence is that you look at it from a team perspective, what is the kind of support and strengthening of the team that we need at this time? And sometimes it may be someone who is very good in software, someone good in communication, someone will be someone with a lot of publications. So this is different. This is the kind of diversity that we will see, and every situation will be different and has to be assessed on its own merits.
Pedro, queres comentar?
Yes, maybe I will comment Teresa's question about the evaluation of the evaluators. And I think there's two dimensions for that question. The first one is how you select the evaluators, and Dagmar already elaborated on that. But I can also add that, looking back, for example, to the associate laboratory that I coordinate, we have a scientific advisory board where we try to get the best scientists. And there's no algorithm, there's no metric. We really decide what are the more relevant scientific topics, for example, optimization of aircraft structures, and we try to get the best scientists available in that field. And like I said, it's a question is what it's called this team that someone has in the scientific community. So, and that results from a number of contributions, not only papers, the presentations, so all a number of contributions that result in this team that the scientific community has regarding that particular person, right? So, this is the first I mentioned. So the second one is how you evaluate the decisions that the evaluators made. So, and I think that the answer for that is accountability. So one must be responsible for the decisions that we make. So that must be a system in place where we are responsible for the decisions that we make in terms of hiring and promoting people. So these are the two dimensions that I see in terms of evaluating the evaluators.
Thank you. Any other comment on the other questions? We don't have much time, but if there are one or two important questions still from the... Yeah, go ahead. Another question? No? Okay, just this last question then. Where's the microphone, please?
Okay, thank you. Amadeu Soares, from César University of Aveiro. Well, not such a long time ago, I must remember everybody that is present. The recruitment and promotion process of the universities was not quantitative. And it is now quantitative because there was an imposition from the Court of Law. So if we don't change the general law, I doubt we can follow this path. So just a note, because we do need to change the law, otherwise we cannot do a process different than a quantitative one. That's my opinion.
That's why it was long-term modifications.
Okay, well, that's a very serious and dramatic point. Yeah, and the fact that it's an annual evaluation, which makes it difficult. I mean, how can you do, evaluation which takes a month or 2 months if it's annual? You can't. So anyway, that was just a comment. One last question? Yes.
The laws are not written in stone. They can be changed, right? Portugal has some tradition to change the law, so it's time maybe to do it. I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Clive.
This is interpretation of the law. Because I have participated in many universities both for promotions or for hiring people. And they're very different. I mean, University of Coimbra has no numbers. There's no table.
Oh, well.
University of Braga, you have to put the impact factor. University of Porto, half and half. So this is interpretation. This is not law. The law is actually quite flexible. This is just a comment.
Oh, important. Thank you. Yep. Okay, well, our fourth and last speaker will be Helena Pereira, President of FCT. Thank you, Helena, for agreeing to give us your precious insights.
Well, thank you. These are just the last comments of this very, very intense session. Let me say that I am a bit puzzled. And I was here sitting and deciding what shall I say, because I think we are just mixing a lot of subjects together. depending on the experience and on the stage of who is listening to this. We are, for instance, one of the aspects is assessment related to calls and to success in calls, for instance, for researchers or for projects or whatever. And this is one thing. Another thing is how to be chosen in a call for a position, a university position or a research position. Another thing is how to assess an institution and things like that. And all these are very different. They are very different in the numbers involved. They are very different in the issues involved, and therefore on the practices that might be used. Starting with the case of FCT, which is one case that everyone likes to think about. In fact, we are doing for many years already what has been said here. We don't use numbers, metrics, use narratives. So, for instance, the calls for the researcher contracts, we are calling for a small narrative of the path of the person and things like that. That applies also, for instance, for PhD candidates. So we are using that. And somehow, when we are speaking, this is a very Portuguese culture, we speak as if it was in San Francisco that, I don't know, 12 years ago or whatever, they decided that. So we do a lot of good things already. But this is very different. For instance, the evaluation of the calls, these big calls, 5,000 candidates of FCT, it's impossible to have interviews, for instance. This is very different from, for instance, a position at university. And I am a strong believer in the institutions. And they have autonomy, and they should have. And I have to believe that they do what they think with the persons they have, what they think is best for them and their strategy. And of course, universities have autonomy, as have the research centers and the research institutes. They can do, as Claudio was saying, they can do as best as they think fit for their strategy. And also, one size does not fit all, of course, and even within an organization, within an institution, you may have differences. You may want different things at different times, for instance. So I'm a stronger believer in institutions. And also, we should avoid the things that are already passed. For instance, at university level, hiring is differentiated from promotion already. So let's not repeat things that no longer exist or cannot exist. So that is why I am a bit puzzled on this assessment. As you know, I have been in the profession for many years, and I have assessed many things in Portugal and abroad. And at the end, it is the strategy, the intelligence of the institution that will make the best decisions and the best choices in the evaluation. So for us, what I think is that we should strengthen the institutions, universities, polytechnics, faculties, research centers, research laboratories, and so on. We should strengthen them and make them responsible for their strategic choices and intelligent choices. So that is, in this way, in my feeling, is that how we should work. We have, of course, as someone was talking about choosing evaluators and things like that. Yes, of course. FCT chooses every year 1,000 evaluators, more or less, international evaluators. For having 1,000 evaluators, acting evaluators, FCT asks, in general, on average, 7,000, makes 7,000 invitations all over the world. So we are dealing with different things. This is very different from a position at university, where we have a couple of candidates and a dozen members in a jury. And by the way, there is another aspect that you might not be aware. In Portugal, we have in place other evaluation processes which are not very bad, related to the public administration. So the positions in the public administration, they have an evaluation with the different aspects. They are not metrics, or most of them are not metric quantified. They are evaluations of leadership, of initiative, of dealing with the colleagues and things like that. And this is in place. As well as, for instance, for choosing the higher position in the administrations, which is made by an institution, I don't know if you know about that, CRESAP. They also evaluate along different parameters, quite a lot, not quantified, again. So it is a best judgment and a belief in the people they choose as evaluators. So, I mean, we have a lot of things already in place. Of course, some things go wrong. We all have the experience of being in committees, in juries, when there are specific interests for something. So not so honest, not so fair. We have that experience. You should try to avoid that and make that, of course, someone said, I think it was Karin, accountable. Yes, and have consequences. So it's a final comment, a very mixed up and puzzled comment, but I think this subject is much more complex and diversified than just saying we should adopt DORA or whatever. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Elena. So what do you suggest the next step should be? And with that, we will finish.
Well, it's not one next step. It's very different steps at all levels. But I think one important, very important step is done at the institutional level, at the university, at the faculty, at the research center. So the reasoning, the discussion within these organizations about what they want. Because finally, the decisions they will take on hiring, on promoting, and so ever, they will suffer the consequences of that. They will be either thrive in the future and be excellent, or on the contrary, they will slowly decline and lose power in the scientific world. So, again, I'm a strong believer in these institutions.
So, as people and researchers, we must question our institutions and continue debate in our own institutions and at a broader level as well. Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you for everything you've done for our scientific community as well. Yeah. Thank everybody. Speakers and all the public for their participation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Santos. I'm from Santa Maria da Feira. And I'm here to talk about a project that I did with my colleague, Rafael Santos. The title of the project is a computational model of a monoatomic gas, an approximation to the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. In the second half of the 19th century, James Maxwell published the book on the dynamical theory of gases. Now, a couple of years later, Boltzmann generalized the ideas of Maxwell and created the distribution of Maxwell-Boltzmann as we know it nowadays. Me and my colleague began this project by creating a computational model that described the collision between particles in an ideal gas. The monoatomic model of an ideal gas consists of a model where a system that is isolated has a set number of particles that are identical, which collide with one another in a random fashion. Now, since we only want thermodynamical results, we won't be needing neither the rotation nor the vibration of the particle. In the beginning, we started by colliding only two particles to understand better the concepts of the collision between two particles, and then we evolved from that to make a computational model that described the collision between the number of particles that we wanted, the number of collisions that we wanted, a set energy that we defined, and the angle of when the collision occurred. Now, one of the concepts that we actually had the most difficult time with, even to integrate to the computational model, were actually normalizing the velocities. This means that for the sum of every single particle of the system, the sum of the kinetic energy of every single particle of the system to be equal to the energy that we had predefined, we needed to basically divide the velocity by a constant. Then another concept that we had to implement were Galileo's transformations. Now, this eased up things a bit because it allowed us to go to the center of mass frame, which allowed us to assume that the velocities of the particles were symmetrical. And then we just had to do the collision where we followed that there were no losses of energy, and we also followed the angle that we had pre-established. Then we just had to return to the original frame where we would save the velocities of the particles after the collision until the next collision where the particles were selected. In the future, we hope to implement two thermodynamical models in our project, canonical and microcanonical ensembles. This will allow us to see which of these ensembles actually allows us to get kind of a more computational quickness as to a reasonable approximation of the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. Now, since science can't be made without a diverse team in terms of knowledge, we have with us a software engineer, a physicist, and a mathematician, which have helped us since the beginning. Now, just to end, I'd like to give you a little bit of a provocation so that you may challenge us in a way that helps our project grow. And with that, we hope we can grow as well, since we've only started now and we don't want to stop. Thank you very much. If there aren't any questions. No?
Wow, Diogo, congratulations for your very interesting project. Well, you're of the team. So to start with this session of MIT Portugal program at this Ciência, I want just to address a few words. So first and foremost, I want to say good afternoon or good morning to our colleagues that are on the other side of the Atlantic, and also to greet our colleagues here. Of course, also addressing you at this room, and obviously also considering all the people that are watching us through streaming. So let me just say that the main mission of the MIT Portugal program is to foster collaborative research among MIT and also Portuguese universities, research institutes, labs, and companies, aiming at addressing complex challenges that our society and humanity are currently facing. If we want to build a more sustainable economy, environment, and ultimately society, the knowledge produced in the universities and research centers must be transferred to the industry or used to create new startups that may fuel our innovative ecosystem. The MIT Portugal program has a relevant historical track of tying education and research activities to a community of innovation stakeholders. In the previous phases of the program, we gathered a network of more than 50 national and international industry affiliates. So we start from technology developed within the universities. Researchers associated with MIT Portugal have also created over 30 companies. And in its current phase, the MIT Portugal program continues to encourage links between industry and academy. At the level of research, the most significant examples are our 7 flagship projects, which are led by an industrial partner and bring together researchers working in academia and industry to develop new products, processes, and systems. In this room, we all agree on the importance of science and technology for our society. In particular, the importance of innovation to thrive our economy. But are we on a cruise speed in terms of technology transfer? Are our universities and industry working close enough? Can we do better? And in which terms? So to discuss these and other questions, we invited some members of the academia and the industry involved in the MIT Portugal community. At the end of the session, we as a community need to find also the best solutions to strengthen the Portuguese innovation ecosystem. And before finishing, a final word to the Ciência 2022 organizers. So thank you for the invitation to participate in this event, which addresses the main challenges of the science being made in Portugal, and we are also proud of that. I now leave the word to my colleague Doug Hart, who is on the other side of the Atlantic and has a long experience in the innovation process, and then to Zita Martins, who will be moderating the MIT Portugal session today, which is entitled Linking Research and Industry, and of course to our esteemed speakers whose work aims to give several contributions on this matter. So thank you all and enjoy the session.
Thank you, Pedro. I greatly appreciate it. My words, just to emphasize much of what Pedro just said. Across the street from my lab here at MIT is the headquarters for Moderna, who developed one of the mRNA vaccines. And it reminds me every day of the importance science has played in improving humanity and our lives. But technology is a double-edged sword. And while it's given us vaccines, airplanes, cars, internet, running water, and so on, it's also accelerated climate change and brought pollution and urban sprawl. Certainly none of us want to go back in time and live as our forefathers did. But it's not clear yet, at least in my mind, whether science is producing a net positive or a net negative. Certainly in our lifetimes, it's been a net positive. But as history progresses and climate change becomes worse and pollution becomes worse, that may not always be the case. So I think the MIT Portugal program has been very aware of this and very focused on making sure that science is viewed as a net positive. Topics such as climate change, plastic, ocean health, urban sprawl, and others are at the forefront of what the MIT Portugal program is emphasized in terms of research. So as technologists, we owe it to the future generations to solve these problems and to make sure that history views us as having a net positive for being citizens as part of it. And so with that, I'm looking forward to hearing some of the research going on in the MIT Portugal program. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. A special thank you to Pedro and to Doug always an inspiration, and you're always very kind to give this type of speech. So thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. Welcome to the MIT Portugal session at Ciência 2022. We are linking research and industry. That's the theme that we will be discussing during the next hour or so, hopefully showing how research and industry can work together, showing the benefits of this collaboration and how the MIT Portugal program is contributing to the socio-economic competitiveness of Portugal. So for this discussion, we have with us here and online some members of academia and industry who are involved with the MIT Portugal program. So for those of you wondering, Catarina Araújo unfortunately is sick with the disease that we all know, but they were very, very kind. So João Faria is here with us. We're really grateful for that. So thank you very much for being here today. João Faria, for those of you that don't know him, is the Innovation Project Manager from DST Group, a company which is involved in the MIT Portugal flagship project K2D. Online we have Elazar Edelman, Director of the Institute for Medical Engineering and Science at MIT. Elazar is a professor in medical engineering and science and a professor of medicine, Harvard Medical School, and MIT PI of the MPP flagship project operator. So Elazar, thank you so much also for joining us online. Finally, last but definitely not the least, André Matos, CEO of DTX, Digital Transformation Co-Lab, developing research in digital transformation and one of the MIT Portugal program's focus areas. So each one of you will have a presentation. I suggest that we present in this order that I introduce you. So, João Faria, please. Thank you so much.
So just give me a second to prepare my slides here. So I think they should be, yeah. So good afternoon, everybody, or good morning to the colleagues watching us from the States. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm on behalf of the ST Group, but as well as myself, because I'm a MPP alumnus, so it is a pleasure to still be here and watching the program still growing and having this long life. So for the ones of you who doesn't know the company, the ST Group, the ST Group is a family-owned company. It started in around 1940 and it goes now in the third generation. It has around 2,000 workers, more than 50 companies, and it is present in more than 15 countries. Actually, it started as a mining company, and today, and thanks to innovation and to the vision of our leaders, we were diversified in 6 different sectors. And these are engineering and construction, environment, renewable energy, telecommunications, real estate, and ventures. So, at DST, we have big investment in culture. As you can see in these pictures below, we have a lot of pieces of art and installations across our campus. In fact, we have more than 1,000 pieces of art in our campus. I can tell you that every and each room in the company has at least a piece of art, a painting or something like that, either if it's an office or a meeting room. And even outside in the campus, we have murals like the ones that you see there from our founders, designed by Vils, or other statues. And besides that, we also have big investment in literature. I believe the ST Group is the company in the north of Portugal who has the biggest private investment in culture. But in fact, this is not the only focus. We also have focus in innovation, and we promote the culture of innovation across our different companies and our co-workers. And how we do that? In fact, we have an innovation system. We call it ecosystem, And this is laid, as you see in the picture, in 4 main pillars. So the first one, innovation itself, that's what we use for the innovation management. For example, to promote innovation internally, to generate ideas, and to manage the current internal innovation projects. Then we have the second pillar, academy. We have a strong relationship with universities. I would say almost every university in Portugal at the moment, given the amount of funded projects we have. And besides that, we also promote the scholarship of our workers. So we have different courses that we have in partnership with specific universities or other institutions. And we were also able to create specific courses for specific companies and specific key areas that are of our interest, and specifically that we didn't have yet this offer in the public sector. Then we have the third pillar, entrepreneurship, and this one is mainly responsible for the investment in startups through our venture capital fund. And then we have the last pillar, research and development. And this one, it's where we do our main R&D. So we have our funded projects in partnership with MIT and other institutions, and that's where we actually develop our ideas. And as you can see in this slide, we have, at the moment, 10 projects. These projects are all funded. We call it external innovation projects. In total, they represent an investment of 31 million euros, and there are partnerships in all of these, and we have 39 institutions, both from academia and from the industry. And these are organized in 4 main key areas, and these are space and sea, energy, digitalization and IoT, and circular economy. And in fact, in the first area that I just mentioned, we have 2 projects, the K2D and Aeros project, which are flagship projects from the MIT Portugal program. And I can speak a little bit more in detail about these 2 projects. So in the K2D, the goal is to deploy and develop and do research around submarine fiber optic cables. And the idea is to monitor deep sea, but also space and terrestrial areas. And the Aeros, the goal is to develop a nanosatellite to monitor both the oceans and the space. And although these 2 projects have very well-defined goals and objectives, for ourselves as a company, why did we start or invested in such areas? And this is because we want to develop technology and competences on environmental monitoring on the one end with the K2D, and on the Aeros project to develop competences on satellite communications, mostly based in software-defined radio. And in these projects, so all of them are now going for around about 1.5 years, around that. And the main benefits of these projects, especially for ourselves as a company, can be clustered in 3 main groups. The one is the contribution to technological development. So after we started these projects, we managed to develop our skills, our knowledge, and this can be seen in our teams already. They're acquiring the knowledge not only from the technological point of view, but also from the point of view of way of work, way of think. And we were able to evolve from an idea with a low TRL to slightly higher technological release levels. So the second one is the acceleration of industry innovative capacity. So these projects were actually able to accelerate the pace that we can do our own research and innovation, because this is a collaborative project, so we can split up the tasks and speed up the entire process. We have access to cutting-edge technologies and knowledge. And at the end, we have faster and higher perception of what are the technological trends and what should we invest for the future, what are the key areas that we should follow. And last but not least, the third group is the professional development of HR. So in our teams, it was possible to see that the entire teams evolved a lot, not only from the technical point of view, but also, as I was mentioning, from the point of view of working conditions and systematic approach that are developing that now are being a benefit for other projects and for our internal development. And actually, as a slightly last-minute update, I can tell you that few years back, not many, the company in total, we had 0 PhD resources, and now we are 9, and the number is still growing and counting. So, although this is quite the starting point of our partnerships and evolution in terms of innovation and R&D, we believe this is just the beginning of our road, and we are really happy for the coming years and for the evolution that is coming with that. And I finalize my talk here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, João. Thank you so much. Okay, we move on now to Elazar. Hopefully, we'll have his presentation now. In the meantime, let me just say that we don't have David Braga Malta, unfortunately, because of delays on his travel. So hopefully we would still see him, but travel got on the way. So Elazar, feel free to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see my slides? Because I cannot. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'm Elazar Edelman. And though I'm speaking, I represent a huge community of scholars from industry and academia, from the FCT Nova School of Science and Technology, the University of Minho, Fraunhofer, and many units within MIT. The triangles here represent the strongest engineering units. In fact, the definition of engineering is harnessing the language of mathematics and the disciplines of science and engineering to improve the quality of life for all. That's the definition. And so what we're doing in these triangles is bringing the academic research and the scholarly industry nodes to the third node, which is community. Next advance, please. Now, many have tried to use academics to improve productivity in the workplace. What we've done is to use the workplace not only to bring academia and industry together, but to address a series of fundamental questions at the intersection of improving the quality of life. The first is, can we use sensor technology that is classically only introduced in recreation for scientific purposes, but not to just ask scientific questions, but to make the workplace safer, better, and more productive. Now, in doing so, advance, please. We look, and advance one more, please. We look not only at productivity and ergonomics, but we look at what people in the workplace feel. The sensor on the far left is not just simply how they move, what they're doing, whether they're efficient, but whether they're uncomfortable or comfortable. And then we look at using sensors within the environment, looking at an array of factors like temperature, humidity, luminescence, and noise. This is a fantastic project because it brings together very many different elements. The science of sensors, the science of environment, the science of ergonometrics, and for the purpose of advancing, in particular, the safety and productivity of the world around us. Advance, please. What are the vision? What are the innovations? What are the goals of this work? Well, the first is to reconcile these three domains, which until this time have really not been addressed in a balanced way. You see that big triangle with the 4 elements on the right. Really, some people have addressed productivity, other economics, others mental well-being. Our goal is to bring them all together. Advance, please. The innovation concepts are to take advantage of existing strengths throughout Portugal and Europe, throughout MIT together, and to build a whole which is far greater than the sum of the parts. Using incredible work that has gone on in these domains to now create this amazing opportunity. Next, advance, please. The opportunities are in addressing unsolved problems in the academic study of work, and in particular, the subjective means to trap job quality. It's really quite a departure for academicians. What we're trying to do is to define not only how sensors work, but what does it mean to define the workplace and how can we make it more productive? And in doing so, the methods we use involve the workplace itself. Advance, please. Now, the research questions is, how do you measure work where people are moving? And what biomarkers do you use to assess an efficiency? Advance, please. Now, in the laboratory, we have a whole array of factors from ultrasound to motion detection. We can look, as you see here in this moving image now, with truly sophisticated technologies by my colleagues at MIT that on a very small scale can look at muscle activation on a sarcolemmic level. Advance, please. And then we can do what others have not done. Take this into workplaces where repetitive tasks in environments which may have macro or even micro dangers to them. Advance, please. We borrow from, and advance if you could while we're doing this, you'll see we borrow from a work that has been going on at MIT and others to look at motion professionals, dancers whose every effort is synchronized, is precise, is repetitive, and where within our facilities we can actually model this in terms of the balance between energy expenditure, energy storage, and energy retrieval. Next slide, please. Imagine now we can take our quantification of what dancers do to someone who is equally expert. What we're trying to do is to create in all domain spaces motion experts. And we'll do this by sensing the environment, sensing the objective and subjective feelings of the operators. Next slide, please. Now, what you see here is this woman who is doing a task which many of us unfairly might expect is mundane. But in panel on the right and panel on the left, you see that, go back please, on the two panels, you see virtually identical muscle metrics. She's doing the same task each time the very same way. Advance, please. Now, and hopefully this is a video in advance. What you can see, can you click on that please in advance? You can see that we can actually, using sophisticated imaging and metrics, see how the bones in her arm, the ulnar and radial bones, are moving relative to what is expected and optimal and what she does. And then you can model this mathematically. For the first time, we can take repetitive tasks, match them, and ultimately we can feed this back in a controlled way to understand how the environment and the person's subjective feelings change. Next slide, please. We're extending this. We're extending this far beyond just motion, physical strength, temperature, daily variability, heart rate variability, blood pressure changes. The beauty of this MPP program is it takes the best of Europe, the best of Portugal, the best of MIT, and builds a structure which is far stronger than each of those nodes by themselves. Next slide. Keep going. What we have done here by harnessing, dancing, and sewing is to set us up ultimately to have great impact on high important elements like major manufacturing lines, such as the automobile industry, who have had a tremendous impact. And in my domain space, critical intensive care units and operating rooms. In each case where it's not just one, but multiple operators, and where the stakes at hand are profound. Abrupt changes in that assembly line will curtail the ability to have access from everything from cars to medical equipment. A breakdown in communication in the operating room or in an air traffic controller has profound and lethal consequences. We will be able to build this MIT Portugal collaboration into something which borrows from the strengths of each and propels it high impact work. Next slide. Keep going all the way through. We are truly a collaborative effort. There have been multiple PhD students now shared. People are traveling, even in the COVID era, back and forth between Portugal and MIT. We have high impact publications. And as noted, we're inspiring research topics to do what academicians maybe not have done as well before, to interact for those things that are relevant to industry. These experiments we know that we're doing will soon play their way into multiple domain spaces. Next slide. I meant what I said before. This is a team. This is a huge team. It's multiple elements in Portugal and MIT. The operator multiple triangles is side by side with what I have always conceived of is the greatness of Portugal. It's inspired innovation in the face of uncertainty, represented here by the ships of the 15th and 16th century that charted unfathomed territories and brought technology from the old world to the new world to teach us how best to address societal issues. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of this wonderful program. My incredible gratitude to Doug and Pedro and Zita for all they've done to enable this.
Thank you so much, Elazar. Thank you. We now call André Matos to the stage, please, to give your talk.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's a real pleasure. And certainly after such well-delivered presentations, it is truly a pleasure to be with you today. So today I'll tell you about DTX and how we play our role in the collaboration between industry and academia. So DTX is a collab. So what's a collab? A collab is a collaborative laboratory created by it's a type of institution created by the Portuguese government, specifically with the goal of incentivizing and nurturing this collaboration between industry and academia in the body of an institution that does that by its very mission. So DTX has 20 shareholders. These are our shareholders. 13 of these shareholders are companies from a wide range of industries and of different size and scope. So we have large organizations, large multinationals like Accenture, like Bosch, Embraer. We have large national companies like the ST Group, who has just presented here, and smaller organizations as well. We have 3 universities that are part of DTX, University of Minho, Portuguese Catholic University, and University of Évora. and 4 research and innovation centers like INL and CEA, for example. So as we said in the beginning, DTX acts in the field of digital transformation, but it does this in the broad sense of the word. So it goes from the digital world all the way to the physical world. And to do this, we have 5 teams, 5 technical areas. We have one large software and information team, software and information systems team that deal with matters like data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. We have a hardware and sensors team. We can see now the slow transition into the digital world, the interface. This team deals with IoT devices, low power electronics, etc. We have a smart manufacturing team that deals with the application of digital transformation to the industrial shop floor. We have an advanced materials team that works on technologies such as printed electronics, flexible electronics, and advanced materials as well. And we have a team that deals with human factors. So all of this wouldn't be worth doing if we didn't take the people into consideration and how technological change is impacted by all of us and how it impacts society. So DTX has 3 facilities formally. In practice, we are based in one facility in the University of Minho in Guimarães. We have about 50 employees, very highly qualified workforce, about 1/3 of which hold PhDs. We have many projects ongoing and many publications as well. So I'll tell you, and to go more straight to the point, I'll tell you more about a project. And Elazar's intervention was very, very pertinent and very relevant for this, because he touched on the point of ergonomics. And the project I'm going to tell you more about, that was a really key point. So how can we use technology to improve the life of people who work on the shop floor? So this project is to do with collaborative robotics. It was carried out with our shareholder, with our associate, as we say, IKEA Industry. IKEA has one of the largest manufacturing plants of furniture in the Iberian Peninsula, in Passos de Ferreira. It has about 3,000 employees, and they manufacture huge volumes of furniture that's sold around the world. And in this particular case, there was a big challenge on the assembly line to do with the ergonomic factors of this very repetitive task that we can see here on this small clip. So the musculoskeletal problems that originated from handling those small wooden blocks and the glue burns from handling that glue gun were a problem. And there was also an opportunity of improving the productivity and reducing the injury of the shop floor workers. So that's where this project comes from. And what was the role of DTX in delivering the solution? Well, firstly, it was to do a deep analysis, a deep ergonomic analysis, although it's not as state-of-the-art as Elazar very kindly showed us, but we used the tools that are standard in industry. And after this analysis, and with the use of a collaborative robot, we achieved the first stage of the project. And this first stage of the project achieved an improvement of productivity, so less time to produce the same goods, and more and less resources to do so as well, with 30% less glue involved. But more importantly, an improved ergonomic score and a reduction in injury of the shop floor workers. And this was the stage 1. Stage 1 was really important because it allowed the IKEA to understand what collaborative robotics could do. It allowed them to understand what DTX could do as a partner, and that led us to the second stage of the project. The second stage was more interesting, I dare say, and it also aimed at delivering a solution to a problem of ergonomics and repetitive tasks. But it does this with a higher level of technological integration. So what was the challenge? We can see here on the left-hand side the shop floor worker reaching out to pick up some. We can't actually see the parts, but it's a small wooden assembly, and he puts that on the pallet. We can see the pallet on the right-hand lower right-hand side corner. And it's very completely repetitive task. It does that very long reach, quite strenuous tasks. And the goal, the challenge was to robotize this task. And that's what we did here on the right-hand side. So with the solution was effectively an AMR device, so autonomous mobile robot we can see on the bottom, that docks into that robotic arm that's on that small cart. And that does the pick and place of the wooden assemblies. More so, it does automated or artificial vision quality control. So it does a quality inspection of the parts, and it will only pick up the parts that are good, and it will separate the parts that are not acceptable. So this project is ongoing, and it solves the problem that you could see on the left-hand side. So that worker can be utilized on less strenuous tasks, and it goes back to Wellers's point of job place satisfaction. And this robot also improves productivity, because with the same robot we can run 3 cells, and it's autonomous, and it can autonomously go to the other palletization stations. So in very few words, this is one of the projects we carried out that I believe illustrates the point that we were tasked with presenting to you today. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. Okay, we now open for discussion, and I'm going to ask you questions to all the panel members, and I suggest you answer through the order we had before: João Faria, Elazar, and then Andre. But feel free to jump if you think you can add something. You know, this is just for us to have a nice discussion. So, first question: in your perspective, how is the panorama of established partnerships between academia and industry in Portugal? Are we in good shape, or is there room for improvements? And what are the main constraints, in case we're not doing that well, that may be preventing further collaborations between industry and academia?
So I may start?
Yeah, of course, please.
So as I previously showed, we have quite few projects, innovation projects now going on. And I believe this is a path. And you start it, and in this path you have different companies, institutions, which are in a different mile. So the ones at the very beginning may find it difficult, but with experience, these collaborations start to get better and better. Mm-hmm. Right now, I would say that the collaborations are working fine.
Mm-hmm. Always good to hear that.
Yeah, and the outcomes, as I previously showed, are quite fantastic. We have more PhDs in the company. Yeah. The processes are better. The development is getting better as well. The teams are growing, more professional. Yeah. And I think this is a very, very good outcome of these partnerships. Regarding the second question, I think the biggest problem that may arise is the difference of expectations at the very beginning of the project. So usually in this kind of collaborative projects or consortiums, we have universities, industry, yeah. And we might have collabs, for example. And all of us are here with different goals or objectives at the end. And usually when we are starting and laying down all the project details, we have different expectations. But these are not usually exposed or laid out on the table. And then as projects start going on and we see these different expectations, sometimes this might be an issue. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good. I don't know, Elazar, do you want to add something?
Well, it's very, it's challenging for me to speak directly to what's going on in Portugal. What I will tell you is that the MPP program is in and of itself extraordinarily innovative and amazingly insightful, number one. Number two, if I look at the data for countries that have invested in innovation at the level of industry and academia, the #1 country in the world is Portugal. If I look at the data for how innovation has had impact, in the United States in the last decade, life expectancy has dropped 5 years, and in Portugal has risen years. So I say, we have a lot to learn from you. And though I can't speak directly to how the shape of industry is, what I can tell you is that the investment in innovation is paying unprecedented dividends in Portugal.
That's good to hear. Good news is what we want to hear, and good data. André.
Yes, I think it's a yes, but my answer. In what sense? I think as both Elazar and João said, I think there's, and as I myself witness in my role, I think there's fantastic initiatives and very good work being done in innovation with companies that are of a size and scope that allows for that to take place. Okay, so medium, large companies, multinationals, they have an innovation agenda. They invest in innovation, and they achieve good results. I think in the case of Portugal, if we look at the whole economic fabric, I think because we have so many very small organizations, very small companies with low-skilled workforces and low-skilled leadership, for a very considerable number of companies of the Portuguese economy, this is not even in their agenda. So the next challenge, what we're doing now is good, but I think the next challenge to have even better results is to address that part of the market. Okay, and it's with things as, for example, the digital innovation hubs that will provide innovation services to Portuguese SMEs. And with things of that nature, with easier to access innovation, I think that's almost the untapped resource. That's the next big lever I see.
Very good. You mentioned innovation, so my next question is actually on that. To all of you, to the three of you, do we need to create more mechanisms to enhance the innovation and the transfer of technology?
Well, I believe in the recent years, Portugal has invested a lot in this innovation and the transference of knowledge from the university to the companies and to the industry. As an example, for example, at TST, we have 2 different programs. We call them, it's a Portuguese word, I hope you guys understand it, but we call it Cátedra, and basically it's a private investment in a partnership with Minho University, with 2 of our, or 2 different companies that we have in the group. And we have a responsible person in both sides of the group, both in academia and in the industry. And what we try to promote is exactly this transference of knowledge, keep track of the technological trends, what's going on, what we should invest. But I do believe that this is only possible because we are a large organization, like Andrea was just mentioning. Smaller companies don't have the resources to do that, neither the skilled workforce to do that. So perhaps we can do it, but on the other way around. And what do I mean by that? Usually every time we want to, let's use the word innovate, we go to the university, we present the idea, and inside you try to find a person, a responsible, and try to create a project out of that. Perhaps we could start thinking more on doing the opposite journey. So the universities finding strategic areas and going on the other way around to the companies. And this is something that is missing in Portugal. At least that I have this feeling.
I agree. Elazar, some words of wisdom from your side, please.
Well, I think it's always important to be judicious. I think there are things that we can do to foster innovation. It is certainly the case that programs like this should make sure that their investment is sustained. So I'm not sure that we absolutely need to have more new programs, but there should be a means by which to sustain and build on investment for those things that have already been fostered. It's not to say that programs should forever expect to be funded and supported, but when successful, there are other means by which innovation communities can contribute. And so if you take some of the talks today, maybe we can bring people together. Maybe we can add another step to the level of commitment. And so, yes, of course, there's always ways of making things better. I'm not sure that doing more of the same, but I am sure that doing things in addition would have great benefit.
André.
Yes, I agree. I think, as Elazar was saying, the sustained effort pays big dividends, because I think innovation requires and creativity require a level of certainty, a baseline on which to grow. And I think, unfortunately, sometimes here in Portugal we are a bit stop and go, and funding and initiatives, sometimes they're not robust and well sustained through time, and that can have ripple effects in the long term. So yeah, man.
Okay, good. So, but do you think we need some sort of official mechanism? Because as João was mentioning, it will be good that universities also contact industry and not the other way around like it's always done. But do you think we need kind of an official mechanism or tool that facilitates this sort of network between industry and academia and industry?
Well, I think universities, they have these interface centers already.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yep.
And this is an official mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the mechanism works just one way. Industry to university and not the other way around. And probably this is just a reflection of the fact that we have way more industry than academia. We have to put some thought on this, on how we can promote this exchange and how can we further develop partnerships from the official point of view. Yes, I think it would make sense to have a discussion on that.
Okay, good. Elazar, same thing. Some feedback from the other side of the ocean.
Sure. Well, I'm not sure that there are differences. If we've learned anything in the last 2 years, is that diseases are global, solutions are global, and in this age, there's no such thing as oceans dividing us. But yes, from the other side of the ocean, let's admit that things are going really well. But what's also, as you've heard from the speakers, the but. So what's the big but? The but is the following. I would challenge people to identify, especially in my domain, in medical innovation, a medical innovation that did not start in academia and only be realized in industry. Everything from x-rays and EKGs to today's stents and vaccines. Same token, as much as there is a way of translating findings from academia to industry, there are tremendous barriers in leading a cycle where things come back. There's conflict of interest rules, which to me seem absurd. If I'm the expert and I develop a technology and then I send it to industry, it becomes incredibly difficult for me to then work again with industry to further improve that technology or to work on the next generation. We need to somehow change the way in which we view the relationships between academia and industry. Rather than defining them as conflicts, we should celebrate them as affiliations. And so I feel very strongly about this, and I think it's one of the great challenges to us in academia is to how to embrace the incredible scholarship in industry without putting a conflict of interest in the way.
André?
Yes, I think the way we, for example, at DTX, the way we do that collaboration is within the consortium of shareholders. So the challenges come from the companies, and we work collaboratively
with the companies to deliver a solution for those challenges. To foster that discussion, we often have workshop sessions where we showcase all the other projects that are ongoing and that have been delivered, where we showcase the expertise and the competencies of the team. And we're also starting to discuss mechanisms of technological and scientific vigilance, as João mentioned in the initiative the ST group has internally. So these are really the kick-starting points of new projects and innovation within our reality. If they can be transposed into other settings, quite possibly so, yes.
Okay. So I have a question for João and André, and then related to that to Elazar. So the question to João and André is, what does our Portuguese industry need from our universities? And to Elazar, what are the advantages you see from the academic point of view of collaborating with Portuguese colleagues from both industry and universities?
So, short answer to that, we need knowledge and human resources.
Okay, and more. Let's develop a little bit more, please.
Yeah, so right now, at least in the telecommunications sector, for example, and IT sector, we are facing a huge problem of hiring high-skilled workers. Yeah. And I know you are also having the same challenges at university by retaining good students to PhD, doing the PhD or so on. But I think a very important point is what we need is clarification at the very beginning in terms of expectations of what we can do and what we can achieve. And I believe this is more a problem of the industry than the universities, because not everybody is aware of the type of research that each institution is able to do. So universities are usually more in low TRLs, collabs in medium TRLs, and then we have even more institutions which go to the very last mile. And sometimes industry looks for solutions in the wrong places. And this is something that should not happen right now. But I think we have great tools in Portugal to start using. Just have to use them better at the same point.
I'm just going to pass to André and then to Elazar.
Yes, thank you. João is completely right. It's talent and knowledge. Talent in the sense of being able to create the professionals that the market needs, and there's a real challenge there. Not least because a lot of the Portuguese talent is being channeled into other markets, even remotely, and we live that daily at DTX. That challenge daily, and knowledge in the sense of, and again, this is also a challenge we face. Obviously, all of our shareholders, all of our associates, they want innovation, but it has to be at the right level, and this is part of a cultural change that we're driving, of not expecting a service kind of arrangement with our shareholders. So it's delivering technology at a lower TRL. That's the relationship that industry is not so used to, and that's the real challenge.
Thank you, André. Elazar.
So I want to make sure, Zita, I'm answering the right question.
Yeah, what are the advantages? What are the advantages you see as working in academia in the US in collaborating with Portuguese colleagues, both from industry and universities?
Okay, so I'll make 3 very quick points. So the advantages are clear. When we exist within a box, as much as we try to think outside the box, we sometimes don't understand where to look outside the walls of our box. It is incredibly helpful to have partners across the ocean, but also people who culturally view things even slightly differently. Most of the great innovations in my domain were from people outside the field. So it is incredibly important to have others who are not in your same space, who are not fettered, who are not bound by the same boundary conditions, by the same assumptions as you. It is equally and vitally important that we get industry for two reasons. Not just because they understand the demand, but because, frankly, again, in my field, they are the only ones that can attain the standard. The standard for me is, would I use the device or drug that I invent in a family member, in my grandmother, in my brother, in my sister, in my daughter or son? That I would never do for anything invented in an academic laboratory. Absolutely need industry. So the question is, where can we improve? You just heard this, I forgot which one of my esteemed colleagues said it, but there's a very important point, and that is research and development in academia is often exclusively research, and in industry, very heavily development. We need to get each of them to recognize that's what they do best. And when you flip that, when academia does development, it's a disaster, and it becomes a little bit challenging for industry to do research. But we need industry to be a little bit more lax about funding basic research, because basic research has tremendous dividends in development. And at least in the United States, that is actually dropping off. The threshold for funding basic research is getting higher and higher, not lower.
Same thing everywhere. We have a question now from the audience. Feel free, go ahead.
Actually, it was an intervention that I wanted to do in the...
Feel free, go ahead.
The system gets in the same situation. I'm a PhD student from the University of Coimbra in the Institute of Research, of Interdisciplinary Research in Territory Risk and policy, in public policies. I lived in the United States, not for a long time. I also lived in Hawaii, Mexico. I was 5 years in Timor-Leste. And I'm living in 3 years in France now, but I'm a Portuguese researcher. And actually, I didn't know the group, the other company, the HC. But I'm an artist from the ST gallery, and it is a coincidence. I was taking care of my application this year for MIT Portugal. I'm really interested in the Department of Materials in MIT, Matters and Materials. But I'm an inventor, I'm a fine artist. I have a training in architecture, industrial design, painting, philosophy, master in philosophy and also in cinema. But I have lots of difficulty for the industry and obviously inside of the university to have the opening sometimes to show my experiences and my discoveries or my innovations to the market and to the public in general. Why? The Portuguese community is not a community like in the United States. It's a very interesting speech to hear from the United States, but we have a lot of different values in terms of community, starting by, for example, in this type of events, we have a lot of difficulty to make a thing that comes from the Greeks, that is the agora, being able to discuss the ideas and let other ideas entering into the conference. So obviously it's very difficult for us outsiders to manifest our presence and show our interest in collaborate. And for example, even being an artist from your gallery in your website, I was never invited by the ST to do a project or to try to do some of my experiments in your gallery. I be part of collective exhibitions and things like that, but never I was addressed directly to do an experience. And obviously, it's very difficult inside of the academy to show the researches that we are doing for the papers and for the PhD to the industries around, even if we have interest in a transversal industry system, you know, because the ideas that come to inventors or to creative people can go from programming to robotics to materials to communication. So it's a lot of different, it's a very wide open territory of experience. So I just wanted to make this comment.
Thank you. To wrap up the session, because we really need to finish, I would like to ask each one of our speakers for 1 minute or less final comment, something that you would like to say.
So I may start. First and last, actually. I would like to thank you for this MIT Portugal program. I'm following this program for, I don't know, more than 6 years now. And it's a pleasure to, even after having finished my studies, to be here, still be around and see this growing. And actually related to the last comment, in Portugal we have a problem, a cultural problem of being open to different things and innovations. Yeah. And everything that actually goes out of the straight line that we are used to do. And MIT teach me this different way of see things and be open-minded and have this different opinion and be open in general. So I'm really glad to be here today and to have to be part of the program for the last couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. We are the ones that are grateful for you to be here and to be part of the MIT Portugal family. So thank you for that. Elazar, final words, final comments in this session, obviously.
My final word is really to remind people that though it's me that's speaking, I represent an incredible team of people who I've learned from. And I am especially grateful to you, Zita, but to Pedro and Doug and the entire MPP program, because the slide I showed barely has room on it for you to see the faces. There are so many people. This in and of itself is a major metric of success. How many people, as you just heard, have been impacted? How many lives have been changed? It would be wonderful to extend it, but I will tell you that I even began to list the names of people, I would leave someone out. So the MPP program has been a tremendous success because it has brought us together on a weekly basis, and it has done things that we would never have done had it not been for this program. So thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this.
Thank you. I mean, we are the ones that are really grateful to have you on board, and thank you for your kindness and words of wisdom. So thank you so much. André.
Again, thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. It was fantastic. I'm quite close to the MPP, not least because we're literally neighbors in the campus in Guimarães. And also, as it happens, we have just recruited an alumnus from your program. Fantastic addition to our team. Final words, I think one point that was touched here was that I think it's relevant for us to think on is the importance of multidisciplinary teams in innovation. I often mention to my team the historic fact that in the Second World War, when the British were trying to break the code of the Enigma machine, they brought together the best minds of the British Empire, in fact. And these were people from all different kinds of backgrounds, and they were able to solve one of the most difficult problems of the time. Mm-hmm. So people from different backgrounds, with different ways of thinking, with different ideas, come up with even better ideas. And this is something we try to do every day at ETX with our 5 teams from very different backgrounds. And I think it's my key message.
Yeah, brilliant. Really nice words to wrap up. So that summarizes really well everything. I would like now to pass the word to my dear director of MIT Portugal in the American Science, John Hansman. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. I'm sorry I can't be there. I really want to thank João, Elazar, and Andre for their sort of comments, and I think we've sort of seen today examples of the impact of MPP, but actually only from a subset of the MPP programs. So, you know, one of our goals within MPP is to provide a platform for the growth and innovation within the Portuguese industrial and academic ecosystem, and I hope people today have sort of got a sense for how this works and the importance of the kind of collaboration we have. So thank you, Zita, and I know I have bad bandwidth, so I'll just hand it back to you.
John, thank you so much. I'm just now going to get up because I'm going to give a speech, and obviously it looks better if I'm there. Okay, so thank you again. I'd like to start by saying thank you very much to everybody here sitting today, and a special thank you to our speakers, João Faria, Elazar Elderman, and André Matos. Thank you so much. Thank you for the beautiful presentations, always very inspiring, and for the following discussion. I think the words of wisdom that were said here today are really important for our MIT Portugal community and for the program. So, as you may see, the MIT Portugal program is creating new synergies between the academic, scientific, and industry community, crossing new frontiers of knowledge, and, above all, building the future with science, which is the motto of Science 2022, this event that we are here for these 3 days. It is never too much to stress on the importance of higher education and scientific research for the development of our country in Portugal, and on the relevance of collaborative networks between researchers, institutions, and companies to guarantee a more resilient and sustainable future. And it is essential that these collaborations continue. For us, this is a very important point. Only with them we will be able to go further. So let me take this opportunity to share with you some of the MIT Portugal program initiatives that we are currently now developing, and to continue to exchange knowledge and collaborations between students, researchers, and industry from the two sides of the Atlantic. We have now 73 PhD students supported by the MIT Portugal program /FCT grants, and this year we launched a new PhD call that is currently under evaluation. We also open a call for seed grant proposals from MIT PIs, which include collaborations with Portuguese institutions on topics that are of mutual interest to both. A new call for exploratory projects for the Portuguese PIs will open in October. So last month also, 3 students from Portuguese universities were sponsored by MIT Portugal to attend the MIT Space Week at MIT, and I've heard from some of them it was an exceptional experience that they had, and it was really important for those students. Also, this July we'll have the 2nd edition of the Marine Robotics Summer School in Faial, in Açores, for grad students in engineering and science fields. We received 97 applications from 20 countries to attend this summer school, and the results will be announced next week. And last but definitely not least, a first-hand announcement. You are all invited and welcome to join us at the MIT Portugal annual conference that will happen on September the 20th at Aveiro Congress Center under the motto Education, Research and Innovation, Tomorrow's Pillars, which seeks to discuss the importance of science and technology and its pillars, namely research, education, innovation for building the future. So we hope you can join us, at least for our annual conference, and also to the other events that we have throughout the year. So hopefully see all of you soon, and safe travel, and thank you very much to all of you.
you.